I did not plan to spend that night in a cabin. I had not planned much at all when I left the small town of Redwater in northern Canada in early November of 2018. I just needed a break from work and noise and people. I told myself I would take the back roads, find a quiet place to hike, and clear my head. I packed light, too light if I am being honest. I carried a small backpack with a few protein bars, a cheap flashlight, a thin jacket, and my phone, which barely held a charge. I left early that morning, thinking I would be back before dark. That was my first mistake. I drove north for hours on dirt roads that grew smaller and thinner until they looked like narrow scars on the ground. I liked that feeling of being far from everything. The autumn trees were almost bare, and a few thin sheets of snow lay on the sides of the road. The air felt dry and sharp, and every breath filled my lungs with cold that woke me up more than any cup of coffee could. I reached a point where the road was blocked by a fallen tree. It was thin enough that I could move it, but I did not bother. I turned the engine off, stepped out, and decided to walk deeper into the woods. It was quiet in a way that felt heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. I moved slowly, following animal tracks in the mud, looking at broken branches, listening to birds that I could not see. Hours passed without me noticing. When I finally checked the time, the sun was already low. I did not know where my car was anymore. I had walked in too many small circles, taking turns without looking back. My phone had no signal. My cheap flashlight flickered when I tried it. The temperature dropped fast. I felt dumb and careless, but panic would not help me. I kept walking in what I believed was the right direction, trying to retrace steps that all looked the same. After another hour, the sky grew darker. The cold felt stronger now, slipping through the thin fabric of my jacket. My fingers were stiff, and every step made my boots feel heavier. I had to find shelter before the night swallowed the forest completely. The air smelled like wet soil and old wood. That was when I saw a shape between the trees, a square outline, a structure. At first I thought I imagined it, but the closer I got, the clearer it became. It was a small wooden cabin. The cabin looked abandoned. The wood was gray and cracked, and the metal roof was rusted. A pile of old firewood sat beside the door, covered in dry leaves. The windows were dusty and dark. I walked around it first, making sure no one lived there. I could see no car, no tracks, nothing. The door was slightly open. The inside was cold and smelled like dust and old smoke. Still, it was shelter, and shelter meant survival. The first thing I saw inside was a narrow bed frame with a thin mattress that looked hard as stone. A small table sat in one corner with a metal cup on top. The fireplace was filled with old ash. There was a cracked mirror on the wall, and my reflection looked pale and tired under the dim light of the sunset. The place looked like no one had been there for years. I set my backpack down and searched for dry wood. I needed fire. The cabin had no electricity. The darkness outside was growing too fast. I gathered small pieces of wood from the corner, rubbed dust off them, and used an old lighter I found in one of the drawers. The flame caught slow at first, but then the fire grew, breathing warmth back into the cold room. I sat close to it, stretching my numb fingers toward the heat. For the first few minutes, I felt safe. Then I started to notice the small things that made my skin crawl. The cabin had no footprints around it except mine, yet inside the floor looked cleaner in some spots, as if someone had walked there not long ago. The air carried a faint smell that did not belong to wood or ash. It smelled like sweat and old clothes. I convinced myself it was from the mattress or maybe from an animal that used the place to hide. But the uneasiness stayed. As the fire warmed the room, I decided to check the windows. I wiped the dust from the closest one with my sleeve. The sky outside was black now, with only the faintest silver glow from the moon. The trees stood together in a dark wall. I could not see far. My breath fogged the glass each time I exhaled. I noticed something on the ground outside, a a set of footprints in the thin layer of snow. They were fresh, so fresh that they looked made within the hour. They were not mine. They came from the path between the trees and stopped right under the window. No prints walked away. It looked like someone had stood there, watching the cabin, watching me, and then disappeared without walking back. I felt pressure in my chest and a cold, tight feeling in my stomach. I moved back from the window slowly and sat near the fire, listening. The woods outside were too quiet, quieter than before. I tried to tell myself the prints were old, maybe from earlier that morning, and the snow had not melted. But deep down I knew that was not true. Time passed painfully slow. The fire cracked softly. The cabin felt smaller with every minute. I kept glancing toward the door, waiting for the slightest sound. My heart would jump each time the wind brushed against the roof. I wished I had something heavier than a metal cup to defend myself. Then I heard it. Not wind, not an animal. A soft, slow pressure on the snow outside. A careful step. Then another, and another. Someone was walking around the cabin. I froze. I tried not to breathe too loud. I listened so hard that my ears felt sharp. The footsteps were deliberate, slow, controlled. They circled the cabin once. Then they stopped right outside the door. The wood of the door made a faint creaking sound, like pressure resting against it. My throat felt dry. The cabin felt too open, too weak. A single push would break the door. For a long moment, nothing happened. I stared at the door, waiting for it to move, waiting for the handle to turn. But it did not. The pressure vanished. No more steps. No sound at all. I waited almost an hour before I moved again. I pushed the small table quietly against the door. The cabin felt too cold again, even with the fire burning strong. I sat with my back against the wall, keeping my eyes on the door until exhaustion finally forced me to sleep. When I woke up, the fire was almost gone, and daylight was leaking through the cracks in the walls. My body felt stiff and my neck hurt from sleeping against the wall. The first thing I did was check the door. The table was still there. The door was closed, but when I opened it, I saw new footprints on the snow. They led from the woods, stopped at the door, and then walked away toward the deeper part of the forest. Someone had come back during the night. My fear turned into something like adrenaline. I grabbed my backpack, stepped outside, and followed the snowy ground back the way I believed I had come. Daylight helped me find landmarks I remembered. A fallen birch tree, a broken fence, a rocky hill. After 2 hours of walking, I finally spotted my car in the distance. Relief washed through me so fast it almost knocked me down. I looked back once before driving away. The cabin was hidden behind the trees, but I could still picture the footprints, the door, the silent steps in the dark. I knew I had not imagined any of it. Someone had been out there watching, someone living in the woods or passing through, someone who knew the forest better than I did. I left the place behind, but even now, years later, I can still feel that cold pressure on the other side of the door, the kind of presence that does not need to speak or move to make itself known. The ending of it all is simple and real. I survived because I left before the sun went down again. I survived because daylight showed me a way back. I never reported anything, because there was nothing to report except footprints and fear. I never returned to that part of the forest again. The cabin is probably still there, hidden in the trees, waiting for the next person who thinks they are alone. And I know now, without any doubt, that empty places are rarely as empty as they seem. It was the summer of 2019 when I found myself driving down a narrow, winding road in northern Vermont, far from the highway and any sense of civilization. I hadn't been back to this area since my divorce 3 years prior, and yet, there I was, approaching a cabin I had only seen once before. My ex-husband's family cabin, tucked deep in the woods, the kind of place that seemed permanently stitched into the forest around it. The GPS had long since given up, so I relied on the old directions he'd scribbled on a crumpled piece of paper years ago. I didn't expect to go inside, but something about that cabin had always unsettled me. Now, with him gone from my life entirely, I felt a strange pull, a mix of fear and curiosity. The road narrowed further as I climbed. The trees on either side formed a tight tunnel of green, blocking the sky and making the world feel smaller. The sunlight filtered in patches, highlighting the dust and small stones on the uneven dirt road. I remember gripping the steering wheel tighter as I turned the last corner. There it was, the cabin. Weathered gray wood, moss growing in patches on the roof, a single stone chimney leaning slightly to one side. The front porch sagged under the weight of time, and the windows, clouded with age and dirt, seemed to watch me as I approached. The air smelled damp and earthy, mixed with the faint aroma of pine and something else, something decaying. I parked a few yards from the cabin, my truck tires sinking slightly into the soft soil. As I stepped out, the ground felt spongy underfoot, and I could hear the hum of insects, the occasional bird, and the whisper of wind through the trees. It was eerily quiet in a way that made every sound feel amplified. The forest was dense here, dark and close. I walked up to the porch and ran my hand over the railing, which was rough and splintered. It shook slightly under my fingers. I didn't plan to stay long, but a compulsion made me push the creaking door open. Inside, the air was musty, heavy with the smell of old wood, mildew, and something faintly metallic. Dust floated in beams of sunlight from the cracked windows. I stepped carefully over the threshold, my boots crunching softly on the uneven floorboards. The living room was empty except for a few pieces of furniture covered in yellowed sheets. I noticed a large, cracked stone fireplace and the remnants of what looked like a long-abandoned fire. Everything was coated in a layer of neglect. A forgotten coffee mug on a side table, a newspaper from years ago, the remnants of a calendar stuck to the wall. I moved through the cabin slowly, exploring the rooms I remembered from that brief visit years ago. The kitchen still smelled faintly of grease and rot. The sink had a layer of grime, and the cupboards were warped and sagging. I opened one cautiously and found empty, dusty cans, some rusty, some with labels peeling. There was a half-empty bottle of dish soap that had turned an opaque white, and the floor was sticky under my boots. The hallway led to 2 bedrooms. I paused at the first door. It creaked loudly when I pushed it open, revealing a room that seemed frozen in time. An old quilt covered the bed, faded and torn. There were clothes scattered across the floor, moth-eaten and stiff. A dresser leaned dangerously to one side, drawers slightly ajar, with clothes spilling out like they had been abandoned in a hurry. In the corner, a suitcase stood upright, closed, but the latch was rusted and fragile. I walked to the second bedroom, the one that had always felt like his personal space. The air was cooler here, heavier. There were faint stains on the carpet, and I could see what looked like the imprint of furniture that had been moved years ago. My foot brushed against something solid, and I looked down to find an old wooden box. It was locked with a simple latch, corroded and stiff, but I managed to pry it open. Inside were papers, letters, a few faded photographs. Most of them were mundane. Bills, notes, receipts, but a few were unexpected. Sketches of the cabin, the surrounding forest, strange markings I didn't recognize, maps with excess drawn in corners. I felt a chill as I held them. The meticulous detail in some of the sketches suggested someone had been obsessed, maybe even paranoid, about this place. I left the box on the floor and moved to the back of the cabin. A narrow door led outside to a small, overgrown yard. The forest pressed in from all sides, dark and thick. I noticed a trail, faint and barely visible, leading down a slope into the woods. Something about the trail made my stomach tighten. It wasn't natural, it had been made intentionally, cleared in some way, but it hadn't been used in years. I followed it cautiously, listening to the cracking twigs under my boots and the distant sound of birds. After a few minutes, I came to a clearing, roughly circular, where the grass had been flattened, almost as if something large had rested there for a long time. I felt a sudden awareness of being watched. There was no one there, but the silence pressed on me, almost like the forest itself was breathing. I turned slowly, scanning the shadows, the trees, the undergrowth. That's when I noticed it, a figure, or rather, the suggestion of a figure hidden behind a large pine. I froze. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound, but my heart hammered in my chest, and I felt the cold rush of fear. Instinct told me to leave, but I couldn't move immediately. I stepped back, slowly, my eyes fixed on that dark patch behind the tree. It could have been a trick of the light, a shadow, my imagination running wild after years of avoidance. Yet, the sense of unease persisted, heavy and real. I retraced my steps to the cabin, my hands brushing against the railing, the wood warm in the afternoon sun but rough under my fingers. Once inside, I closed and locked the door behind me. I took a deep breath, leaning against the wall, letting the tension drain slowly from my body. The cabin was empty, silent, yet filled with the weight of the past. It was strange, realizing that all the fear I'd ever felt in that marriage, all the control and manipulation, had left its mark not just on me, but on the very space itself. This cabin, abandoned, decaying, carried those memories like an imprint in the wood and stone. I spent the next hour exploring more thoroughly, moving slowly, taking note of details I had never noticed before. The ceiling beams were cracked, the floorboards uneven. In the corner of the living room, a small trapdoor led to a basement I hadn't known existed. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. The steps groaned under my weight as I descended into the darkness. The air was damp, cold, and smelled of mold and soil. There were shelves with jars, most broken, some intact, filled with things I couldn't immediately identify: dried plants, rusty tools, a few old cans. In the corner, a mound of dirt suggested some unfinished project, or perhaps just a long abandoned one. I shined my flashlight around, noting every detail: the rough stone walls, the exposed pipes, the spider webs hanging in corners. After a while, I climbed back to the main floor. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows through the grimy windows. I realized it was time to leave. I walked back to the truck slowly, glancing once more at the cabin. It sat quietly, almost serene, in the fading light, but I could feel the weight of history and tension clinging to it. Driving away, the forest seemed to close behind me, the road twisting and turning until the cabin was nothing more than a memory through the windshield. By the time I reached the highway, the unease had lifted slightly, replaced by a sense of closure. I had faced the cabin, the space that held echoes of my past, and left intact, unharmed, and aware. That place wasn't haunted by anything supernatural. It was haunted by human history, by fear and obsession, by life lived in extremes. And by leaving, by observing and acknowledging, I realized I could finally let go of the residue of my own fear and anger. I had confronted the place, and in doing so, I felt lighter, as if a shadow I hadn't known I carried was finally released. I never imagined I'd find myself alone in the middle of northern Minnesota in November, trapped in a cabin that felt like it had been left to rot for decades. My name is Claire, I'm 28, and I had convinced myself that a solo weekend away from the city would clear my head. I'd just come out of a messy breakup. My apartment smelled faintly of cheap wine and leftover takeout, and I needed space. Space that felt untouched, even a little wild. I found the cabin through a local rental site. The pictures made it look rustic and charming. A small wooden structure tucked among pine trees, smoke curling lazily from a chimney, frost glinting on the windows. The drive itself was exhausting. The highway ended abruptly, giving way to a thin, unpaved road that twisted through dense forest. By the time I turned the last corner, a dull orange sunset had fallen behind the trees, leaving long shadows across the snow-flecked path. I could barely make out the cabin through the dark, the wooden boards looking rough, almost angry. The front porch sagged slightly, and the railing looked like it hadn't been maintained for years. I stepped inside, and the air was cold and heavy, smelling faintly of mildew and old wood. The floorboards creaked under my boots. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a few stacked logs next to it, and a tiny kitchen that hadn't been touched in months, maybe years. Dust coated the counters. I shrugged off my coat, set down my backpack, and lit the stove. The fire didn't catch right away. I had to rearrange the kindling several times before the flames licked the iron stove door and spread warmth across the room. As the cabin warmed, I explored cautiously. There was a small bedroom with a single bed and a wool blanket that smelled faintly of mothballs. A thin layer of frost had crept along the edges of the window pane. I stacked some more wood next to the stove and sank into the bed to catch my breath. The silence was oppressive. Not just the absence of people, but the deep, almost physical presence of the forest pressing against the walls. The wind outside rattled the eaves, and the trees groaned under the weight of snow. That first night was restless. Every small noise made me jump. The snap of a branch outside, the scurry of something tiny across the floorboards, the distant howl of a wolf or a coyote. I kept checking the locks even though the doors were solid old oak. Sleep came only in short bursts, fractured by the sensation that something was moving just beyond the shadows of the cabin. I told myself it was just the forest, that I had wanted this, that I was being dramatic. The next day, I decided to go outside, hoping that movement would clear my mind. Snow had fallen overnight, thick and powdery. The forest looked beautiful in the sunlight, but every tree looked like it could hide something. I wandered the perimeter of the cabin, crunching through snow, and I found what disturbed me. Footprints. Human footprints, leading from the tree line to the cabin. They were fresh, maybe from the night before. Panic bubbled in my chest. I retraced my steps around the cabin. The footprints ended abruptly in the woods. Whoever had left them had vanished into the trees. I told myself I wasn't in danger. People live out here, it's normal. Hunters, hikers, neighbors. But a sense of being watched never left me. I started keeping the axe from the corner of the cabin close by. The shadows outside seemed to lengthen and move, even when the sun was high. By the third night, my nerves were fraying. I was exhausted, my body stiff from the cold, my mind spiraling. I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard anyone, but the feeling of being followed didn't leave. I kept my flashlight on while I moved around the cabin, double-checked the locks, even barricaded the door a little with a chair. Around midnight, the noises started. At first, it was soft, a tap on the window like a finger tracing the glass, then a low scratching on the door. My heart thumped so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't open the door. I didn't move. I just watched the shadows shift through the window, flickers of movement in the dark. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the snow was deep, and I didn't know where I would go. Hours passed. The tapping stopped. The scratching stopped. I eventually fell asleep sitting upright in the chair, the axe across my lap. When I woke, the sun was just peeking over the treetops, the forest calm again. I thought maybe it had been an animal. Maybe my mind had been playing tricks. I laughed bitterly at myself. I spent the morning preparing to leave. I bundled my things, made a small fire to warm the cabin in case the owner came by, and double-checked that nothing looked out of place. That's when I found it. A small stack of sticks leaning against the back wall, neatly arranged, almost like someone had been inside while I slept. My blood ran cold. No footprints, no sign anyone had walked in. They must have crawled or used some other method. I packed faster. I left the cabin without a second glance at the windows or the trees. My car was half buried in snow, but I managed to start it and drive back down the narrow road. As I rounded the first bend, I looked back. The cabin sat among the trees, silent, unassuming. From a distance, it could have been picturesque, but I knew what I had felt, the long hours of being watched, the small hints that someone had been closer than I realized. By the time I reached the highway and civilization, I was shaking. My phone signal returned, and I called the local sheriff's office, reporting the incident. They said they would check on the property, but I never heard anything about trespassers or squatters. I didn't care. Weeks later, I returned to the city, my apartment smelling faintly of cleaning supplies instead of wine. I kept the experience to myself, telling only a friend that the cabin had been a little creepy, but not why. Changed me. I understood the weight of solitude in the wrong place, the tension of isolation, and the sharp edge of fear that isn't imagined but entirely real. I learned that wilderness can be dangerous not because of wild animals or the cold, but because of people, others who can move silently without warning while you think you are alone. I don't go to cabins alone anymore. I stick to crowded trails, rented rooms with neighbors, or anywhere people are nearby. The thought of that cabin, the long nights and shadows, stays with me. It's not a memory of ghosts or fairy tales, but of the tangible, human fear that comes when you realize the world is bigger, stranger, and more unpredictable than you think. And that, more than anything, is scarier than any story. I hadn't planned to stay in the countryside that weekend, but I needed a break from the city. The constant noise, the crowded streets, the endless deadlines. Everything was suffocating. So, I found this small cabin for rent in northern Vermont, tucked away near a dense patch of woods by a shallow river. The listing made it sound cozy. A simple wooden cabin with a fireplace, a small porch, and a few acres of open land. The year was 2013, I was 29, and for once, the thought of complete isolation felt like a relief. The drive up was longer than I expected. My old Ford struggled up the winding roads, the tires crunching over loose gravel and fallen leaves. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was already dipping behind the distant hills, casting long shadows across the fields. The cabin was smaller than I imagined, nothing more than a square wooden box with a steep roof and a single chimney. The paint was faded, and the porch sagged slightly in the middle, but it had charm. A pile of firewood leaned against one side, and the faint smell of pine lingered in the air. I parked, grabbed my bag, and stepped onto the porch. The floorboards creaked under my weight. My dog, Max, a German Shepherd mix, leapt out of the car with a low growl of excitement, sniffing every corner. I unlocked the cabin and pushed the door open. The inside was dim, the sun already fading, leaving the room in a dull golden glow. Dust motes floated in the air, dancing in the weak light. There was a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, and a living space with a sagging sofa and a few shelves of old books. I set my bag down and Max immediately ran to the window, tail wagging, ears alert. I decided to start a fire. The wood was dry and smelled faintly of smoke. I stacked it carefully, struck a match, and watched as the flames came alive, filling the cabin with warmth and the faint smell of burning pine. Outside, the wind had picked up. It rustled the leaves and made the old trees sway, their branches scraping against each other like dry bones. Max's ears perked up at every sound. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. Night fell quickly. The darkness outside was absolute, the kind that presses against windows and makes you feel smaller, as though the world itself is closing in. I made some coffee, sat on the sofa, and tried to read one of the old books from the shelf, but the words blurred together. Every so often, I would hear a snapping branch outside, and Max would growl low and cautious. I kept telling myself it was just deer, maybe a raccoon, but the feeling wouldn't leave me. Around 10, I decided to check the doors and windows. Everything was locked, the latches tight. Max followed me from room to room, his body tense. Then I noticed something odd. There were faint footprints in the thin layer of dirt on the porch. Not my own, and they didn't match Max's paw prints. They were human, small, like someone had been crouching or moving carefully. My stomach sank. I hadn't seen anyone else on the property, and the nearest road was a 20-minute walk through the woods. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe a neighbor's kid had wandered over earlier. I tried to calm myself, pouring another cup of coffee. But then I heard it. A low, dragging sound outside, like someone was moving a heavy object across the gravel. Max stiffened, hackles raised, teeth bared. My heart pounded in my chest. I grabbed the baseball bat from behind the door and crept to the window, pressing my forehead against the glass. Nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind. But then, a shadow passed, quick and deliberate, along the edge of the clearing. Someone had to be out there. My pulse was racing. I considered calling the local sheriff, but my phone barely had a signal, and I didn't know how far I was from the nearest town. I decided to wait it out, sitting by the fire with Max close to me, every nerve taut. Hours passed like this, the sounds of the night, rustling leaves, snapping branches, the river gurgling nearby, felt amplified in the dark. Every small noise made me jump. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again, this time closer. A deliberate scraping at the side of the cabin, like fingernails or a metal object against the wood. Max barked furiously, running to the door. I shouted, hoping the sound would scare whoever it was away, but it stopped abruptly. Silence fell thick and heavy. I stayed awake the rest of the night, fire dwindling to embers. By dawn, exhaustion had settled over me, but I refused to sleep. The woods outside were calm, birds beginning their morning chorus, but the unease lingered. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, refusing to leave anything behind, and led Max to the car. As I started the engine, I noticed something on the porch again. A small, carved wooden figure, crude and freshly made, had been placed near the steps. I hadn't seen it before. My stomach churned. It wasn't threatening in itself, just deliberate. Someone had been close enough to put it there while I slept. Someone who had watched the cabin, maybe for hours. I didn't wait to analyze it. I drove off immediately, Max's panting loud in the car, the gravel crunching beneath the tires. The drive back was tense. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following, but the road was empty. When I finally reached a gas station on the main road, I pulled in, breathing heavily, trying to calm down. I reported the incident to the local sheriff, explaining the footprints, the sounds, the figure. They said they'd send someone to check the cabin, but I didn't stay to wait. A week later, I received a call. The sheriff told me they had found evidence of someone living in the woods nearby. A small campsite with tools, food, and crude handmade items like the figure I had seen. Apparently, the person had been watching the cabin for months, moving around silently, careful not to be seen. The authorities never found the individual, and the campsite was abandoned when they arrived. I never went back. The cabin listing was eventually removed. I still think about that night sometimes. The isolation, the silence, the feeling that someone was always just outside, waiting. It changed the way I looked at being alone in nature. The countryside can be peaceful, yes, but it can also be quietly terrifying when you realize you are not truly alone. And Max, even years later, still flinches at the sound of a branch snapping, as if he remembers that night too. I learned something from that experience. Safety is relative. You can prepare, lock doors, watch every shadow, but there's always someone, somewhere, observing. And sometimes the fear isn't about ghosts or monsters. It's about real people, real intentions, and the realization that the world outside your small, secure bubble doesn't care whether you feel safe or not. That cabin, those woods, they left a mark on me that I will never forget. It was the late fall of 1997 when I found myself driving down a stretch of road I had never seen before. The air was already biting, with frost clinging stubbornly to the edges of the windshield, and the clouds hung low, heavy with the threat of snow. I was 24 at the time, fresh out of college and trying to figure out what to do with my life, carrying a restless curiosity that often led me to places people avoided. That day, I hadn't planned to end up at the place I did. I was simply following an old map I had found in the back of my father's study. It was a crude, hand-drawn thing, labeling a small, abandoned cabin somewhere near the edge of an old, forgotten graveyard in rural Vermont. The road turned into nothing more than a muddy track, flanked by dense woods on both sides. The trees were mostly bare, their skeletal branches clawing at the gray sky. A cold wind rattled the car doors as I slowed down to a crawl. The GPS on my car didn't recognize this area, which made the journey feel even more isolated. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour, and the occasional crow or distant rustle of leaves was the only sign of life. After what felt like an eternity, the trees parted, revealing a clearing. There it stood, partially hidden behind a crumbling stone wall. The cabin. It was small, with weathered wooden walls streaked with gray and black from years of exposure. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the windows were dark, some missing panes of glass, others smeared with dirt. But what made the place more unnerving was its proximity to the graveyard. Beyond the cabin, I could see dozens of gravestones, most leaning at strange angles, their inscriptions worn away by time. Some were cracked, others had fallen entirely, leaving the earth around them disturbed and uneven. I parked the car at the edge of the clearing, my stomach twisting with a mixture of excitement and unease. Stepping out, I noticed the air was thicker here, almost damp, carrying the earthy, musty scent of decaying leaves and old soil. I walked toward the cabin, my boots crunching on the frozen ground. Each step seemed louder than it should have been. I reached the front door, which was barely hanging on its hinges. I pushed it gently, and it groaned, echoing in the empty space inside. The interior was sparse. Dust coated every surface, and the wooden floorboards creaked under my weight. A small stove sat in one corner, rusted and long unused, and a table leaned slightly to one side. Cobwebs hung like curtains in the corners, and the faint smell of mold permeated the room. I ran my hand along the wall and felt the rough texture of splintered wood. I could tell this place hadn't been lived in for decades. Curiosity drew me further in. There was a small loft at the back, accessible by a rickety ladder. I climbed it cautiously, each step groaning under my weight. The loft wasn't large, just enough room for a single mattress or a cot. Now gone. Dust particles floated in the shafts of light coming through the broken windows, giving the space an almost surreal quality. I leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. Despite the cabin's decay, it had a certain stillness, an eerie calm that made my skin prickle. After exploring, I decided to step outside again. The graveyard caught my attention more and more. I wandered among the gravestones, careful not to trip on the uneven ground. Many of the markers were old, dating back to the 1800s, their engravings nearly impossible to read. Some had names, dates, and short epitaphs, while others were simple, unadorned stones. The wind moved through the clearing, rattling dry leaves and sending an occasional crow cawing overhead. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, though I knew logically that I was alone. As the day waned, the sun dipped behind the horizon, and the sky turned a bruised shade of purple. Shadows stretched across the graveyard, elongating the already disturbing shapes of the gravestones. I realized I had stayed longer than I intended, and the thought of night settling in this isolated place made my stomach tighten. I turned to head back to the cabin when I noticed something. One of the gravestones, a simple stone with no discernible name, seemed to have been disturbed. The earth around it was freshly turned, and I could see the imprint of something heavy having been removed or buried. My heart started to pound, and I took a step back. The thought that someone had been here recently, perhaps even living nearby, made the hairs on my neck stand on end. I hurried back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I had overreacted, that animals or natural erosion could explain the disturbed grave. But the unease lingered. The wind whistled through the broken windows, and shadows played tricks on my eyes. I decided to make a fire in the old stove to warm up, using some dry wood I had found stacked in a corner. The flames flickered and cast long, wavering shadows across the cabin walls. I sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, listening. The creaks of the cabin were constant, and every gust of wind made the place groan as though it were alive. Night deepened, and the temperature dropped sharply. I wrapped myself in the only blanket I could find and tried to sleep, but sleep didn't come. I kept imagining figures moving just beyond the windows, shadows stretching unnaturally among the gravestones. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps crunching in the snow outside, but when I looked, there was nothing. Hours passed like this, each minute heavier than the last, until finally, exhaustion claimed me. I woke to the first pale light of morning, weak and gray. The cold had seeped into my bones, and the unease of the previous night hadn't entirely left me. I decided it was time to leave. I packed my few things, double-checked the cabin, and stepped outside. The clearing looked different in daylight, less menacing, but the disturbed grave still caught my eye. I took one last look at the cabin and graveyard before heading back down the muddy track toward the main road. The drive back was quiet. The sun slowly burned away the frost and lifted the oppressive weight of night. By the time I reached a small town several miles away, I felt a strange sense of relief, as though leaving that clearing behind had lifted a burden. I never went back to that cabin, and the map I had used disappeared somewhere between my car and my apartment. Looking back, I realized the experience had left me changed. It wasn't about ghosts or supernatural forces. It was about isolation, decay, and the weight of time pressing down on forgotten places. The cabin and graveyard were reminders that some spaces are better left undisturbed, that there's an unspoken tension in places that history has claimed but people have abandoned. And though I left physically unharmed, the memory stayed with me. The cold wind, the disturbed grave, the creaking wood, and the feeling of being watched, all wrapped in the quiet, relentless persistence of a place long forgotten. I never told anyone exactly where I went. Some things are best left as private warnings, whispered to yourself in the middle of a warm, crowded room. That cabin, that graveyard, they exist somewhere in Vermont, quietly waiting for the next curious soul to wander down that muddy track, step inside, and feel the weight of a place the world forgot. And maybe, just maybe, you'd understand why it was best to leave it that way. I first saw the cabin during the late fall of 1987, when I was 22 and desperate for a quiet place to get away from the city. I had grown up in Kansas City, used to the constant hum of traffic and the dim orange glow of streetlights, but I had spent the last few years working in construction, and the noise had started to feel suffocating. When I found the old farm cabin in northeastern Missouri, I thought it was perfect. It wasn't much, just a small, weathered structure with peeling paint, a sagging roof, and a few outbuildings scattered across the acres of overgrown fields. But the price was low, and the isolation promised peace. The drive there had been long. I remember the winding roads, the dense clusters of oaks and maples, and the way the late afternoon sunlight slanted across the fields like dusted gold. I arrived when the sky was a dull shade of gray, the wind starting to pick up from the northeast. The cabin sat on a slight rise, half hidden by a grove of cottonwoods. The yard was littered with rusted farm equipment and broken fences, and the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves hit me the moment I opened the truck door. It was raw and earthy, a smell I had almost forgotten. I parked and stepped out, listening to the emptiness. No cars, no voices, just the wind in the trees and the occasional caw of a crow. I spent the first day just exploring the property. There was a small chicken coop that had long been abandoned, a dilapidated barn with a roof full of holes, and a pond at the edge of the property that was half overgrown with weeds. The cabin itself was simple: one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a living area with a wood stove, and a bathroom that hadn't been touched in years. The floors creaked, the windows rattled when the wind hit them, and the walls had water stains that made me wonder if the roof had ever been properly sealed. But I liked it. There was a rough charm to it, and I had come prepared with tools, a chainsaw, and a few weeks' worth of food. That first night, the wind really picked up. I had stacked wood for the stove and built a small fire, the light casting long shadows across the cracked walls. Every now and then, the wind would push the cabin slightly, groaning in protest. I told myself it was normal, old buildings do that. But around midnight, when the wind died down for a moment, I heard it, a low scraping sound coming from the back of the cabin. At first, I thought it was the wind again, maybe dragging a branch across the wall, but it kept repeating, slow and deliberate. I grabbed a flashlight and crept outside, circling the back of the cabin, but the yard was empty. Nothing moved. The moon was bright enough that I could see the outline of the trees and the broken fence posts, but there was no animal, no person, nothing. Just emptiness. The next day, I tried to shake it off. I chopped firewood, checked the fences, and explored further into the fields. I noticed tire tracks near the pond that weren't mine, shallow impressions in the mud, old but distinct. It wasn't unusual. People sometimes drove across abandoned land, but it made me uneasy. That night, I slept with the door locked, a baseball bat across the bed. The wind came again, this time carrying a faint metallic scent. I thought it was the barn, maybe some old machinery rusting. It didn't take long for things to escalate. A few nights later, I woke up to the sound of footsteps on the porch. Heavy, deliberate steps. I froze, heart hammering. The cabin door was still locked, the windows closed. The footsteps stopped, then started again, pacing back and forth. I stayed perfectly still, listening. They finally went away, but I couldn't sleep. The next morning, I found the door to the chicken coop swung open. Nothing was inside, but the latch was broken. Whoever or whatever had been outside had been close. The next week was tense. I began checking the perimeter constantly, barricading the doors with extra pieces of wood, reinforcing the windows with nails and boards I found in the barn. I even set traps near the edges of the property. Simple snares, nothing dangerous, just enough to know if someone was coming. But nothing worked. At night, I would hear rustling in the tall grass, distant thumps from the barn, and always that faint scraping sound from the back of the cabin. Then one night I caught a glimpse of him. I was standing by the stove, the cabin lit by firelight, when a shadow moved across the kitchen window. I froze. The figure was tall, wearing a hooded jacket, standing just beyond the tree line. For a moment, we just looked at each other. Then he turned and vanished into the night. I didn't follow, couldn't. I spent hours peering into the darkness, trying to find where he had gone. But it was useless. The fields were endless, the trees thick, and the wind muffled sound. I knew then that I wasn't alone. This wasn't a prank, this wasn't a wildlife issue. Someone was watching, someone who knew the property better than I did. My sleep suffered, my hands shook while chopping wood, and even simple tasks like hauling water from the well became tense operations. I felt trapped, as if the land itself was conspiring against me. One evening, after a particularly tense day, I decided to take a walk to clear my head. I walked past the pond, past the barn, and up the small hill behind the cabin. That's when I found something that froze me completely. In the dirt, near the tree line, were fresh tire tracks, deep and wide, like a truck had driven right across the field. And in the mud, I noticed something else. Footprints. Large, booted prints, heavy and deliberate, circling around the back of the cabin, leading back into the woods. Whoever had been out there had spent hours pacing, watching. I returned to the cabin as the sun dipped below the horizon. That night, I didn't even try to light the stove. I slept fully clothed, bat and knife within reach, flashlight at the side of the bed. I woke up at 3 in the morning to the sound of something hammering against the side of the cabin. Not wood, not metal, something heavy, deliberate. I grabbed the bat, yanked open the door, and ran into the yard. The wind had shifted, and I realized the barn door was wide open. Someone had been inside, had been hiding there while I slept. That morning, I didn't wait. I packed what I could in the truck, the food, the tools, the clothes, and I drove straight into town. I didn't look back. Later, I learned from the local sheriff that the property had a history. Years before, it had been used by a man who disappeared suddenly, leaving the cabin to fall into disrepair. Neighbors had reported strange figures, vehicles at night, but no one had ever caught anything in the act. I never returned to that cabin. I sold it eventually at a loss just to be rid of it. But even years later, I can still remember the wind whistling through the broken trees, the scraping sound at the back of the cabin, the sense of being watched from the shadows. It wasn't ghosts, it wasn't anything supernatural. It was just someone, somewhere, hiding and waiting in the emptiness. And I had been completely alone and vulnerable in a place that felt like it should have been safe. Even now, when I'm driving through rural areas, I catch myself scanning the tree lines, listening for footsteps in the dark, remembering how easy it is for someone to disappear into a field of shadows and silence. And I know I'll never make the mistake of thinking a quiet, isolated place is automatically safe again. I never thought a short trip to the Scottish Highlands could turn into one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. It was the winter of 2016, and I was 28, desperate to escape the noise of Glasgow for a few days. I had rented a small cabin through an online listing that promised solitude, comfort, and a view of the surrounding forest. I didn't want company. I wanted silence, snow, and the smell of wood smoke drifting through a cold, empty cabin. The journey itself was beautiful, in a quiet, haunting kind of way. The road narrowed into a twisting path lined by ancient oaks and pines dusted with frost. I remember the way the snow crunched under my tires and how the low winter sun made everything look silver and pale. By the time I reached the cabin, I was shivering from more than just the cold. There was a strange thrill in the emptiness surrounding the place, as if the forest had swallowed every sound from the outside world. The cabin was small, wooden, and far older than the photos suggested, with a sagging roof and a tiny stone chimney that hadn't seen use in years. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and a smell of damp pine and dust hit me immediately. I had expected a little mustiness in a cabin this remote, but it was stronger than I anticipated, and I felt a twinge of unease. Still, I shrugged it off. I unpacked my small bag, laid out some blankets on the old bed, and started a fire in the fireplace. The warmth was immediate and welcome, and I felt the tension in my shoulders ease. Night fell fast. In the highlands, the sun seems to vanish like a door closing, leaving the world in dim blue light. I sat in front of the fire with a notebook, planning to write down some thoughts, maybe even a story or two. That's when I first noticed her. I hadn't seen anyone approaching. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a shadow cast by a tree that the firelight made dance on the wall. But then she stepped closer. She was thin, almost skeletal in appearance, with long dark hair that fell in greasy strands over her face. Her clothes were ragged and soaked from the snow, and her eyes, dark and wide, seemed to fixate on me with an intensity one couldn't understand. She didn't knock. She didn't speak. She just stood there, inches from the door, staring. My first instinct was fear, the primal kind that freezes your body and makes your mind scramble for explanations. I remember my stomach turning cold, my hands gripping the fire poker like it was the only thing keeping me alive. I wanted to scream, but the sound felt useless in the vast, empty forest. After what seemed like an eternity, I managed to back away slowly. My eyes never left hers. She didn't move. She didn't make a sound. And then, almost casually, she turned and vanished into the trees as though she had been part of the shadows all along. I waited for a long time, expecting her to return, but all that remained was the sound of snow falling and the occasional creak of the old cabin settling. The next morning, I told myself it had been a trick of the light or exhaustion. I made breakfast, chopped some firewood, and tried to shake the lingering unease. But the sense that I wasn't alone never left me. Every sound outside, the wind rattling branches, a distant caw of a crow, made my heart jump. I avoided the windows and tried to convince myself that the figure I had seen was just another hiker or, more likely, someone lost in the woods. By the second night, the tension had grown unbearable. I was restless, pacing the cabin, checking the locks again and again. Then I saw her again. This time, she was at the far edge of the clearing, just beyond the firelight spilling from the doorway. Her posture hadn't changed. She wasn't running, waving, or even breathing visibly. She was just watching. Something about her presence was different this time. I couldn't explain why, but it wasn't a random appearance. It felt deliberate, calculated. I knew instinctively that I had to leave. My car was parked a short walk down the trail, but the snow had turned into a heavy flurry, and visibility was dropping fast. Every step toward my car was tense, my ears straining for any sound of movement behind me. When I finally reached it, I kept looking over my shoulder. She hadn't moved. She hadn't followed. I drove without stopping, the car's headlights cutting through the swirling snow. Even with the heater on full, my fingers were numb, my mouth dry. I tried to convince myself I would feel better once I reached the nearest village, a small town called Ballater. But a part of me remained certain that she had been following the cabin, waiting, studying. In Ballater, I stopped at a petrol station and told the clerk I'd seen someone wandering in the woods. He looked at me oddly but asked a few questions. "People have been disappearing up that way," he said casually, as though it were nothing unusual. "Some just don't turn up, especially around old cabins. You're lucky it's only been a scare." I didn't ask for details. I didn't need them. I paid and left, feeling a mix of relief and residual terror. I never went back to that cabin. Months later, I learned through a local news article that the area had a history of squatters and homeless people sheltering in abandoned buildings. Some had a reputation for being unpredictable. No one knew exactly who the woman had been or why she had been there, but it explained enough. She wasn't supernatural. She wasn't a ghost. She was human, and sometimes the reality of human unpredictability is far scarier than anything imagined. Even now, years later, I can close my eyes and see her silhouette against the snow, frozen in that moment of stillness. I remember the way the wind seemed to hesitate around her, the way the firelight made her hair glint. Most of all, I remember the lesson I learned in that quiet, isolated cabin. Solitude in the wilderness can feel safe and serene, but it can also make you profoundly aware of how vulnerable you truly are. I still go hiking, still visit remote places, but I've never stayed in a cabin like that again. I make sure someone knows where I am. I stay close to the road, and I always keep a charged phone in my pocket. And while it's comforting to tell myself that she was just a person in need, part of me knows that her sudden, silent presence was a reminder of how unpredictable the world can be when you're alone. That winter in the Highlands taught me to respect the isolation, to be cautious, and to remember that sometimes the scariest things are just ordinary people who move silently in the shadows. The memory isn't just a story anymore. It's a warning, engraved with every detail. The smell of the snow, the creak of the cabin floorboards, the cold, dark eyes of a woman who appeared and vanished like she had always been part of the forest. And for that reason, it never truly leaves me. I didn't plan on stopping near that old cabin. I had only meant to cut across the back roads of northern Minnesota to save myself some time on a long drive home in late October of 2017. I was 28 then, working long shifts at a job that drained me, and I wanted a quiet weekend without noise or people. I thought the forest roads would help calm my head. The air was cold, and thin patches of snow clung to the shaded parts of the pines. I liked the stillness at first. It felt cleaner than the buzzing towns I had been passing through. About an hour into the drive, my truck started making a dull knocking sound. I tried to ignore it, but the noise spread through the floor and up my legs, shaking in a way that told me something wasn't right. When the temperature gauge began climbing higher than normal, I pulled over on a dirt shoulder where the forest thickened around me. I shut off the engine and stepped into the cold air, which bit through my jacket harder than I expected. The woods around me were quiet in a deep, heavy way, like everything was holding its breath. I walked around to the front and lifted the hood. Steam drifted out, white and faint, and I smelled something burnt that made my gut tighten. I didn't want to stand out there in the cold, but I also didn't want to keep the engine running. I checked my phone and saw I had no signal. The nearest highway was miles back, and the light was fading fast. It was late afternoon but looked closer to evening with how thick the clouds hung over the treetops. I remembered noticing a dirt trail branching off the road a few minutes before the truck started acting up. I didn't know where it went, but I figured there might be a ranger shed or hunting place nearby. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and started walking back down the road. My boots sank into wet leaves, making soft crunching sounds that seemed too loud in all that stillness. I found the trail again. It was narrow and dark, covered in layers of pine needles that looked as if no one had walked there in years. I hesitated, looking back at my truck sitting lonely on the road, but then I stepped onto the trail. The trees crowded close. Branches brushed my shoulders. Every few minutes I heard small faint noises, maybe squirrels or birds, but they didn't sound normal. They were too sharp or too quick, like they stopped the moment I tried to listen closely. After about 10 minutes of walking, I saw a square shape deeper in the woods. As I got closer, I realized it was a cabin. It sat slightly tilted, as if the ground beneath one corner had softened over time. The wood was gray and split, and the windows were clouded with grime. The roof sagged in the middle. It wasn't big, maybe a single room and a tiny back area. I didn't want to go inside, but the cold was growing sharper by the minute, and the wind carried a damp smell that warned of more snow. I pushed open the warped door. It scraped across the floor with a heavy grinding sound. The smell hit me first. Dust, mold, and something metallic, like old tools left in a bucket of water. The cabin was darker inside than I expected. My flashlight beam cut across scattered debris, broken planks, and an old iron stove in the corner. There was no furniture except a collapsed table leaning against the wall. The floor dipped near the far side where the boards looked rotted. I stepped in cautiously, checking the corners, making sure no animals had taken shelter there. The air felt heavier inside, colder than outside even though there was no wind. I told myself it was just the shade and the thick walls trapping the chill. As I moved my light around, I noticed marks on the floor. At first they looked like scratches, but when I crouched closer, I saw they were drag marks. Long streaks cutting through the dust. They led from the doorway toward the back of the cabin, disappearing below the broken table. The dust was disturbed, but the pattern looked old. I tried to ignore how strange it looked and told myself animals had dragged something over the floor at some point. I nudged the broken table aside with my foot. It scraped loudly, and the sound echoed through the silent cabin in a way that made the back of my neck prickle. Underneath the table, I saw a trapdoor. Its edges were dark, and the wood around it was cracked. A rusted metal ring was bolted to the center. I didn't want to open it. Everything in me told me to leave it alone, turn around, and get out of there. But I also felt like ignoring it would keep me thinking about it later, imagining something worse than what was actually there. Curiosity mixed with that cold fear in my chest. I grabbed the ring with both hands and pulled. The wood creaked as the door lifted, flakes of dust drifting into the air. A dark square opening yawned beneath me. I shined the flashlight down. The beam landed on a small cellar, barely tall enough for someone to crouch in. The walls were made of stone, uneven and damp. There was old shelving on one side with jars so cloudy I couldn't see what was inside. But the thing that made my skin crawl was the worn path in the dirt, circling the small space as if someone had paced down there for a long time. The dirt looked packed and smooth, different from the rest of the cellar floor. A strange feeling hit me then, a mix of dread and the sense that I shouldn't be standing there, not even by accident. I lowered the door slowly and stepped back. The air felt tighter, like the cabin had closed around me. I decided I had seen enough. Whatever this place was, it wasn't somewhere I wanted to wait out the evening. I turned toward the door, already picturing myself walking back to my truck and maybe sleeping in the cab with extra blankets until morning. When I stepped outside, the temperature had dropped more than I expected. The sky was darker too, heavy clouds rolling in. I started down the trail quickly, but after only a minute of walking, I heard a sound behind me. Not an animal, not the wind. It was something soft dragging across the forest floor. I kept walking, trying not to look back, but the sound grew closer. The steps were uneven, like whoever or whatever was behind me was moving with difficulty. My throat tightened. I forced myself not to run. Running in the forest is how people fall, twist ankles, or hit their head on a low branch. After another 30 seconds, the noise stopped. The silence that rushed in after it felt worse than the sound itself. I finally turned. The trail behind me was empty, but the trees looked slightly off, as if something had been standing there and then stepped away at the last second. Pine needles were scattered on the dirt in a fresh, disturbed pattern. I walked faster, the flashlight bouncing in my shaking hand. I started hearing faint breathing sounds behind me, then silence, then breathing again. Soft, inconsistent, like someone trying to stay quiet and failing. The moment I saw my truck through the branches, I felt a rush of cold relief. I stepped out onto the road and hurried toward it. My boots slipped in the damp dirt. As I reached the door, I heard a steady, slow sound from behind me. Footsteps on the road, not the trail. I didn't look. I opened the truck door, climbed inside, and slammed it shut. My hands shook as I turned the key. The engine coughed, struggling, but then roared to life. I didn't wait for the heater. I put the truck in gear and drove forward, gravel spitting from the tires. As I sped down the road, I forced myself to look in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I saw a figure stepping back into the tree line. It moved stiffly, like its joints didn't work right, and its clothes hung loosely as if they didn't fit. The figure disappeared into the shadows. I didn't slow down again until I reached a gas station miles away. My heart was still hammering, and my hands were still shaking. The next day, when I returned with a tow truck, I told the driver I had left my truck on the side of the road because it overheated. I didn't mention the cabin. When we passed the area where I had parked, I looked for the trail. I shouldn't have been able to see it from the road, but I still expected it to be there. It wasn't. There was no trail, just thick pine trees and untouched ground, like nothing had ever been carved through that part of the forest at all. I never found that cabin again, and I never took those back roads after dark again. Whatever I saw or heard out there was real, and it didn't want to be found. I never thought a weekend in the woods could turn into something I'd never forget, something that would stay with me for the rest of my life. It was October 1987, and I was 31, tired of the city noise, of the endless stream of work and responsibilities, craving nothing more than silence. I'd planned a hunting trip alone in northern Montana, somewhere deep in the Bitterroot Range. I'd booked a small, remote hunting cabin through an old connection my uncle had with a local outfitter, a man named Harris who swore it was the perfect spot for deer hunting and escaping the world. The drive up was long and slow. My Jeep rattled over the dirt roads that twisted through thick pine forests. Leaves were turning, a mix of gold, red, and brown, and the smell of damp earth was strong after the morning frost. I carried only what I could pack into my back: hunting rifle, some canned food, a lantern, matches, a couple of blankets, and enough water for 3 days. When I finally saw the cabin, I realized how isolated it really was. It was small, made of rough-hewn logs, with a stone chimney, a rusted metal roof, and a front porch that sagged under the weight of years. There was no power, no phone, nothing but the trees around it. A dirt trail led down to a narrow creek where I could refill my water, and a small clearing surrounded the cabin. A few hundred yards past that, the forest rose sharply into hills. It was beautiful, quiet, and untouched, exactly what I wanted. The first day was normal. I unpacked, checked the rifle, and walked the surrounding area, marking a few spots where deer tracks were fresh. I set up a small fire outside the cabin to cook some beans and bread, feeling a sense of calm I hadn't known in years. My only companion was my German shepherd, Brutus, who trailed close behind, sniffing everything with the careful curiosity only a hunting dog could have. That night, I slept fitfully. The cabin creaked as the wind shook the surrounding trees. Brutus slept near my feet, ears twitching at every sound. I thought nothing of it at first, but around 2 in the morning, I heard a snapping of a branch outside. The kind of snap that sounds deliberate. I froze. My first thought was another hunter, maybe someone lost in the dark. But the area was so remote that the nearest cabin besides mine was miles away. Brutus growled softly, low and warning. I grabbed my flashlight and rifle and stepped onto the porch, shining the light into the dark woods. Nothing, just trees, shadows, and the blackness beyond. I told myself it was probably a deer or a fox, I went back inside, heart still pounding, and tried to sleep again. But the night stretched on, long and uneasy. Around 3, I heard it again. A rustling, a low thud from the back of the cabin. This time Brutus barked sharply, running to the back door. I grabbed the rifle again, loaded it, and crept toward the back. The sound was closer now, like something heavy brushing against the cabin walls. I turned the corner and froze. There was a figure, not human, not exactly, but standing upright, hunched slightly, moving carefully through the shadows. Its face was hidden by the darkness, but it had the wrong proportions. Long limbs, wide shoulders, and hands that seemed too long, too skeletal. It wasn't moving fast, but it was deliberate. My first thought was a man, maybe a hunter gone mad. But there was something in its movement that didn't match any human I'd ever seen. Brutus barked again, and the figure froze for a second, then disappeared into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I kept the rifle close, flashlight ready, and every time I heard a rustle, I tensed. The first light of dawn brought relief, and I convinced myself it had been a deer or some trick of the shadows. I took Brutus and walked the perimeter of the clearing, checking for footprints or any sign of someone else. There were tracks, too large for a deer, spaced widely like someone or something was striding through. I couldn't explain them. The next day I stayed inside mostly, chopping firewood, keeping a careful watch through the windows. I noticed things were moved slightly when I returned from the creek. A blanket on the porch shifted. Some of my cans nudged. Nothing that could prove someone had been there, but enough to make my stomach tighten. That night, I double-checked the locks on the cabin doors, even though they were just old sliding latches. I put Brutus on a leash to sleep near the door. Around midnight, the sounds returned. This time, it wasn't outside, it was on the roof. Heavy thumps, dragging noises, the scraping of claws against metal. Brutus barked furiously, straining against his leash. My adrenaline spiked. I climbed the stairs to the loft, scanning with the flashlight. Shadows danced on the walls. Then I saw it again, just at the edge of the tree line. A tall, dark shape, perfectly still, watching. I could feel its gaze, heavy and deliberate. I realized then that whatever it wasn't here to play. It was studying me, waiting, learning. I stayed awake the rest of the night, rifle in hand, sweating through my jacket despite the cold. By morning, I decided I wasn't staying. I packed everything I could carry, leaving only the firewood and some broken branches as cover. I didn't dare leave Brutus behind. He stayed glued to my side, ears alert, eyes scanning constantly. The hike out was tense. Every sound made me flinch, every shadow seemed to move. I kept off the main trail, using the compass and the sun to navigate back toward the dirt road. At one point, I thought I saw it again, a movement behind the trees, but when I turned, nothing was there. I didn't stop. My heart was racing, and my mind was focused only on getting back to civilization. Finally, around late afternoon, I reached the Jeep. Relief washed over me, but I didn't relax until I had driven far down the road, the trees thinning, the mountains shrinking behind me. Brutus lay in the passenger seat, exhausted but alert. I drove straight to the nearest ranger station to report what I'd seen, but no one took me seriously. They said it could have been a bear, or just my imagination after being alone in the woods too long. I didn't argue. I just wanted to get home. I never went back to that cabin. The thought of it, the way the figure moved, how deliberate it had been, it stayed with me. I told no one the full story, not even my closest friends. Some part of me knew that if it had followed me out, if I hadn't been careful, it might have ended differently. And sometimes, even now, I still see shadows out of the corner of my eye when I'm in the woods. I know what I saw was real, and I know somewhere out there, whatever it was, it's still watching, still waiting. And I'll never forget the silence of that cabin, the cold weight of fear in the air, and the feeling that I was not alone in the woods, not for a single moment. It was the autumn of 1998, in a part of northern Maine that I had barely seen before. The kind of place where the roads end and all that's left are unpaved tracks cutting through thick forest. I was 26, alone, and determined to finally build something of my own. A small cabin far from the noise of the town I had left behind. The decision had been impulsive, but my mind had been restless for months, craving silence and the slow rhythm of working with my hands. I found the spot after a long drive on a muddy, barely visible road that wound its way through pine and birch. The clearing was small, barely enough for the cabin, but it overlooked a shallow stream that hummed quietly over rocks, a sound that felt calming under the thick canopy of clouds. The air smelled of wet earth and decaying leaves, and the sky was a uniform gray, thick and heavy, hinting at rain. I started by laying a foundation, using rough stones I found nearby and cement I carried in a wheelbarrow from the main road. The work was grueling. My hands were blistered, my back ached constantly, and the rain began to fall in fits, turning the soil into sticky mud that clung to my boots. I didn't mind. There was something grounding about the rain pounding against the half-built walls, the sound a steady companion as I hammered and sawed. I used rough-cut pine logs for the walls. They were not polished, not neat, just solid, practical. I spent hours each day fitting them together, trimming uneven edges, forcing stubborn logs into place. By midweek, the walls were up to my chest, and I started on the roof. The shingles were old, reclaimed from a barn I had passed on the way here. They were brittle, some cracked in half as I nailed them into place, but slowly the structure began to feel like a cabin, like something I could live in, even if it was just temporary. Nights were the worst. The wind whipped through the trees, shaking branches against the roof, sending showers of water through the gaps in the logs I hadn't fully sealed yet. I learned quickly which patches needed more tar or moss to keep out the drafts. One night, I woke to the sound of a particularly violent storm. Rain hammered the roof in heavy sheets, and the wind howled like it had teeth. The cabin creaked under the strain. I pressed my back against one of the walls and just listened, counting the seconds between crashes of thunder, trying to remind myself that the noise was nothing more than weather, that the cabin wasn't about to fall down. I was alone, but I wasn't lonely. There was a rhythm to the work that kept my mind occupied. I carried water from the stream in buckets, chopped firewood until my arms ached, and patched the gaps in the walls with mud and moss. I even built a small wood stove, the chimney crooked and smoking, but functional. By the second week, I could sleep inside without waking up drenched. The scent of wet pine and burning wood became familiar, comforting in its own raw, earthy way. It was on a particularly dark night, maybe the third week, when things got tense. The rain had been relentless for hours, and the wind had risen to a shrieking pitch. I had lit the stove, and the cabin was warm and dry, the fire crackling on the metal grate. Outside, the forest was nearly invisible, just shadows shifting in the storm. Then I heard it, a low, wet crunching sound, like heavy boots trudging through mud. At first, I froze, telling myself it was the wind or a tree branch falling. But then it came again, closer, deliberate. I grabbed a lantern and walked to the small window I had installed. The glass was streaked with rain, but I could just make out the silhouette of a man moving slowly through the mud, inches from the cabin. My heart sank. I had expected isolation, sure, but I hadn't expected company like this. Someone walking through the forest in a storm, in the middle of nowhere without a road. I ducked behind the wall, grabbed the largest piece of firewood I had split earlier, and waited. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the clearing. I could hear him breathing, heavy and uneven. My mind raced. I had no phone, no neighbors for miles. All I had was the cabin, my firewood, and my own 2 hands. I stayed hidden, tense, counting the seconds, until I heard something shift in the mud and the man started moving again. His steps were clumsy, almost drunk, until finally, he stumbled and fell with a wet thud. The sound of him struggling to rise and curse under his breath echoed in the night. I didn't move. By dawn, he was gone. The ground was churned up where he had stumbled, footprints sunk deep in the wet earth, leading back toward the trees. I walked outside after the storm had passed, inspected the marks, and felt a strange mix of relief and unease. He hadn't found me, hadn't knocked or shouted or tried to break in, but the encounter left my nerves raw. I spent the rest of the day reinforcing the cabin, adding thicker mud to the walls, extra logs, and a small wooden barrier in front of the door. I didn't want anyone, no matter the circumstance, to have an easy way in. After that, the nights felt quieter, though the forest seemed to have shifted. I paid attention to every sound, every branch snap, every puddle splash. The rain continued for days, relentless, but I had learned to live with it. I even began to enjoy it. The way it made the wood smell richer, how it polished the logs in a soft, natural sheen, how it blurred the forest into something private, my own world. By the 4th week, the cabin was finished. Not perfect, certainly not pretty, but solid. The roof held, the walls stood straight, the stove worked. I lit a fire that night, poured water from the stream into a kettle, and watched the smoke curl into the rainy sky. For the first time, I felt a calm certainty. I had made something here, a shelter, a place to survive, to be alone if I wanted, to feel at home even in the raw, indifferent forest. I realized then that the fear I had felt during the storm, seeing the stranger in the mud, wasn't just about being alone. It was about being vulnerable, exposed in a world that didn't care. But building the cabin, facing the storm, enduring the nights had changed that. I could be vulnerable and still survive. I could carve out my own safety, even in the middle of nowhere. The rain finally eased, leaving the forest dripping and sparkling in early morning light. The sun broke through the clouds for the first time in days, casting shafts of pale gold over the wet ground. I sat on the stoop with a cup of steaming coffee, listening to the stream and the wind in the treetops, feeling a deep, steady relief. The cabin was mine, the forest was mine to navigate, and the storm, as terrible as it had been, had passed. I had endured it all, and I had built something lasting from it. That night, I slept deeply, the wind still whispering outside but no longer menacing. When I woke, the forest was calm, and I felt ready for whatever came next. The cabin wasn't just shelter. It was proof that I could face fear, work through it, and emerge stronger. And in that, there was a quiet satisfaction, a kind of happiness I had never known in the city, a sense of being truly grounded in the world. I remember the trip like it happened yesterday, even though it was 5 years ago. I was 32 then, and my dog, Max, a German shepherd with a calm temperament and sharp instincts, had been my only companion for years. After a particularly draining few months at work, I decided to take a solo trip to a small cabin I found listed online. It was tucked deep in the woods of northern Maine, far from the main roads, with no cell service and a promise of complete isolation. I needed that. Max, of course, was coming with me. The drive was long and monotonous, the kind of winding road that made you feel cut off from the world entirely. I remember how the forest seemed to stretch endlessly on both sides, dense with pine and birch, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. The GPS signal dropped long before I reached the cabin, leaving me with nothing but a vague sense of direction and a printed map I had prepared. When I finally pulled into the narrow, gravel path leading to the cabin, the sun was dipping low, painting the sky with deep oranges and reds. The cabin itself was small, maybe 30 feet by 20, built from old logs that had darkened over time. There was a thin chimney rising from the roof and a small porch that looked like it hadn't been used in a long while. Max jumped out of the car immediately, sniffing the air and circling the perimeter with that quiet intensity he always had when he sensed something off. Inside, the cabin was rustic but livable. There was a small wood stove, a basic kitchen area, and 2 bedrooms. Dust coated everything, and there was that unmistakable smell of wood and decay. I unpacked the essentials, stacked some firewood near the stove, and let Max explore the inside. He seemed unusually tense, his ears pricked and his body low, though I tried to brush it off as him being curious about the new environment. The first night passed quietly. I built a fire, cooked some canned beans, and read by the dim light. Max slept at my feet, his deep breathing a comfort. But it was the second night that started to unravel the illusion of peace. I had gone to bed later than usual. The wind had picked up outside, whistling through the gaps in the logs. I was dozing when I felt Max stiffen beside me. He growled low in his throat, a sound I had never heard directed at nothing. I froze, listening. Then came the noise. It was subtle at first, a soft scrape against the wooden floorboards of the cabin. I convinced myself it was the wind, an animal outside, maybe a raccoon or deer, until I heard it again, closer, as if something was moving along the porch. I grabbed a flashlight and swung it across the room. The beam cut through the darkness, catching only Max, who was now fully alert, hackles raised. I could see his body trembling, a mix of fear and readiness. I went to the window and shined the light outside. Nothing, just shadows of the trees swaying violently in the gusts. I tried to sleep, but every creak of the cabin and every whisper of wind kept me on edge. Around 3 in the morning, Max barked sharply, not the playful bark he had at home, but a warning, urgent and unrelenting. I threw on a jacket, grabbed a heavy flashlight, and slowly opened the cabin door. The air was cold and wet, the moon casting a weak light over the forest floor. Max bolted out ahead of me, nose to the ground, growling low. I followed him, the gravel crunching under my boots. That's when I saw it. Footprints. Large, muddy, and unmistakably human. They led from the edge of the treeline straight to the cabin, then stopped at the porch as if whoever or whatever had come had paused there to watch. My stomach dropped. My first thought was that someone had been hiding in the woods, watching me, maybe planning to wait until I was asleep. I ran back inside, locked the door, and checked every window. Max circled constantly, growling at the walls. My phone had no signal, my maps were useless, and the nearest neighbor was over 2 miles away. Panic began to rise in my chest, a tight, icy weight that made it hard to breathe. I realized then that I had underestimated the isolation. The rest of that night passed in a blur of tension. Every shadow, every gust of wind made me flinch. Max stayed close, moving with a fluid alertness that made me both comforted and terrified. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside, expecting to see evidence of someone hiding. Instead, I found the footprints had vanished. No sign of them leading away from the cabin. Nothing but the forest, silent and indifferent. I spent the day reinforcing the doors, nailing boards over weak windows, and preparing myself to leave if necessary. But the forest felt alive in ways I couldn't explain. Every bird call seemed sharp and frantic. Every snap of a twig echoed unnaturally. Max refused to leave the cabin's perimeter, barking at empty space, ears swiveling toward unseen sounds. The third night was the worst. Around midnight, a different sound reached me. Slow, deliberate thumps against the walls, as if someone was testing the structure, checking for weaknesses. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The thumps stopped suddenly, and then a silence so deep it pressed against my ears. I couldn't tell if it was waiting or gone. Hours passed like that, with Max growling at intervals, hair raised, ready to protect. By morning, I had decided I wasn't staying another night. I packed the essentials quietly, Max never leaving my side. As we left, I noticed something in the dirt near the driveway. A single, clear footprint, larger than mine, pressed into the soil. No other sign of anyone, just that one imprint, staring back at me as if the forest itself had left it as a warning. The drive back was nerve-wracking. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone following. Max remained alert, occasionally barking at shadows passing the trees, his instincts never wrong. When I finally reached the paved road, the sense of isolation lifted, replaced by relief and exhaustion. That cabin, and the nights spent with Max alert and unyielding by my side, left a permanent mark on me. It was not ghosts or fairy tales that terrified me, but the raw reality of isolation and the unknown. The forest hides things that are patient and unseen. Humans are not always the only danger, but the possibility of being watched, tracked, and vulnerable leaves a weight that never fully lifts. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. But Max, he still reacts sharply whenever we drive past dense forests. Ears pricked, body tense, as if he remembers the nights when shadows moved just beyond our sight. And I remember too, in vivid, unrelenting detail, how it feels to be so completely alone, with nothing but a dog and the walls of a fragile cabin between you and whatever might be out there. I had been driving for nearly 10 hours straight, the sun already dipping behind the dense pines lining the winding backroads of northern Idaho. It was October of 1998, and the air was sharp with early winter's bite. My name is Daniel, I was 29 then, and I was alone except for my old German shepherd, Max. I had rented a small cabin for the week, tucked miles away from the nearest town. My goal was simple: escape the city, escape the noise, and spend some time alone in the woods. I'd done this kind of trip before, but something about this particular stretch of forest felt heavier. The road narrowed, gravel crunching under the tires as I turned onto a dirt track that led deeper into the forest. The GPS signal was weak. At some point, it simply stopped updating. I didn't mind. I liked the isolation, the sense of being off the map. When I finally saw the cabin, it was smaller than I expected, built of rough-hewn logs, smoke curling from a stone chimney. There was a clearing around it, maybe an acre wide, surrounded by tall firs that swayed gently in the wind. I parked, letting Max out first. His paws sank slightly in the damp dirt, and he sniffed everything, ears alert. I unloaded the car and carried in my bag and a small cooler. The cabin had a single room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area, a table, a single bed, and a tiny bathroom. The furniture was basic, worn but functional. I lit the stove, stacked some logs, and started making a simple dinner. Outside, the forest was quiet, almost unnervingly so. No birds, no rustle of small animals, just the wind through the trees. That first night, I tried to relax, telling myself that the quiet was what I came for. Max lay beside the bed, ears twitching occasionally. I had a lantern on the table, and I read a few pages of a book before sleep overtook me. But sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up. My instincts were screaming at me before my eyes even opened. The sound was faint but unmistakable. Someone, or something, was walking around the cabin. The crunch of boots or heavy shoes against dirt and gravel. My stomach dropped. I froze, listening. Max growled low, rolling slightly onto his side but still alert. The noise stopped after a few seconds. Then silence. I couldn't tell if it was real or just a dream, but my body refused to relax. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and crept to the window. Outside, the forest was black, the shadows stretching like fingers. There was no one there, no footprints in the dirt, nothing. I shook my head, telling myself the wind or some small animal had made the noise, but sleep didn't come after that. The next day, I tried to ignore the tension. I chopped some firewood and walked a few hundred yards into the forest with Max, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. The trees were dense, the air crisp, and the sun occasionally broke through the canopy. I collected a few fallen branches to burn later and noticed how quiet it was, how the forest seemed to hold its breath. There were no birds, no rustling, only the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. By nightfall, unease had settled in my chest. I locked the door even though it had a simple latch. I triple-checked the windows. Max seemed nervous too, pacing the floor, ears perked toward every shadow. That night, I kept the stove burning for warmth and the flashlight on the table. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the crunch of boots outside. This time, I could tell it was deliberate. Someone was walking around the cabin slowly, circling. My heart pounded. I grabbed the old hunting rifle I had brought along and quietly loaded it, every instinct screaming at me to stay quiet. The noise stopped again. Then, a sudden knock. Not a loud pounding, just a sharp, deliberate tap on the door. My hands went cold. I stayed perfectly still, my breathing shallow, waiting. Max growled, low and menacing now. Another knock, this time louder. Whoever it was, they weren't leaving. My mind raced. There was no one else for miles. No one could just wander in here unnoticed. Whoever it was must have been watching me for some time. I waited. I didn't call out, didn't make a sound. After maybe 10 minutes, the knocking stopped, and the forest went quiet again. I sat in the dark with the rifle across my lap, Max pressed against my leg, shaking slightly. I stayed awake the rest of the night, every noise making me flinch. The next morning, I didn't leave the cabin. Instead, I examined the perimeter. There were faint tracks around the cabin, too small for a deer, too large for a dog. Human tracks. They weren't deep, meaning whoever had been there wasn't carrying much weight, maybe moving quickly or carefully. Whoever it was, they had been closer than I wanted to imagine. My heart sank. I realized that being alone in the woods was no longer a choice. It had become a risk. I spent the day preparing for another night. I reinforced the door with a fallen log I dragged against it, stacked more wood near the windows so I could barricade if needed, and made sure my phone had signal, though it was still spotty at best. I rationed my food and water carefully. I made Max stay close to me, and I didn't leave the cabin again until the sun was high enough that I could see the forest clearly. Night 3 was the worst. Around 1 a.m., I heard them again, walking in circles, stopping, circling again. And then I heard whispering, low and almost indecipherable, just outside the cabin. My stomach turned. Whoever it was had gotten bolder, and they were close enough that I could hear the crunch of their breath or the scrape of fabric against bark. I stayed in the corner, behind the stove, with Max pressed against me, rifle ready. Hours passed like that, the whispering fading in and out with the wind. Eventually, just before dawn, everything went quiet. When the first light hit the trees, I made a decision. I wasn't staying another night. I packed everything quickly, loading the car while keeping a constant watch on the forest. Max refused to leave my side. I drove slowly back to the main road, scanning the woods constantly. I didn't see anyone, but I knew they had been there, waiting for me. The tracks were gone, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I didn't go back to that cabin. I reported the incident to the local sheriff, who came by a week later to check it out. They found nothing, no tracks, no signs of trespassing, but I knew what I had heard. Whoever had been there had vanished, leaving no trace but fear. Even years later, I still think about that cabin, about those nights. about the silence that wasn't natural and the deliberate knocking at the door. I never returned to northern Idaho alone. Max passed years later, but I still remember him pressing against me that night, ears twitching, growling at something I couldn't see. I tell the story to friends sometimes, and they laugh it off as imagination, stress, or isolation messing with my head. Maybe they're right. Maybe the mind plays tricks when you're alone in the forest. But I know what I felt, what I heard. And I know that some people or something can be patient, silent, and terrifyingly close, even when the world seems empty. That experience changed me. I learned that nature can be beautiful, but it can also hide dangers that aren't obvious. Not bears, not wolves, but humans. People with unknown intentions, watching, waiting. And I learned that survival isn't about bravery or luck. It's about preparation, observation, and trusting your instincts when every sound, every shadow, and every whisper makes your heart pound. I never went back, but I still drive past the area sometimes, looking at the trees, the winding roads, the hidden clearings. I think about the cabin, and I wonder if whoever it was is still out there somewhere, waiting for the next person who thinks being alone in the woods is safe. It was the summer of 1997, and I was a young park ranger, barely 24, fresh out of training, stationed in the dense wilderness of northern Montana. The forest was ancient here, thick with towering pines and interspersed with patches of birch and cedar, their bark slick from constant rain. I had been assigned to a remote ranger cabin near the edge of a small, seldom visited trail that wound its way around a secluded lake. The cabin was old, built in the 1950s, with weathered logs and a rusted tin roof that clanged when the wind picked up. I had come here alone for a 2-week monitoring shift, tasked with checking wildlife movements, maintaining trail markers, and ensuring that no one ventured off-limits into the more dangerous areas. The first few days were uneventful, almost peaceful. Mornings were spent walking the trails, cataloging signs of deer, elk, and the occasional bear tracks. I'd often hear the distant cry of a hawk or the low rumble of a river hidden beneath the trees. The evenings were quiet, save for the wind whispering through the branches and the occasional owl calling. The cabin itself was small, with one main room, a loft where I slept, a tiny kitchen, and a wood stove that was essential for warmth at night. Its walls were lined with shelves holding old maps, weathered ranger manuals, and the occasional leftover can of beans or soup from previous rangers. On the fourth night, the weather changed. A storm had been brewing all afternoon, dark clouds gathering over the treetops, the kind that makes the forest feel like it's holding its breath. By evening, heavy rain pelted the roof in a relentless rhythm, and gusts of wind rattled the cabin's thin windows. I had just finished securing my food supplies in the bear locker outside when I noticed something strange. A faint light flickering through the rain beyond the tree-line. At first, I thought it was a reflection of the storm, maybe lightning catching on wet leaves, but the flashes were steady, like a small lantern. I didn't see anyone on the trail, and the lake was hidden behind a thick grove of spruce. My first instinct was to ignore it. Visitors weren't supposed to be here, but unease settled in my chest. I made sure all doors were locked and checked the windows again. Everything seemed normal. Still, the flashes continued, subtle but unmistakable. By midnight, the wind had picked up even more, bending the pines almost horizontally, and the rain sounded like bullets on the roof. That's when I heard it. A soft but deliberate crunching from the trail that led to the cabin. Footsteps, careful, slow, measured. I froze, listening. The sound stopped suddenly, then shifted as if someone was circling the cabin. My heart rate spiked. I grabbed the rifle I kept by the stove, standard issue for rangers in bear country, and moved to the window. The rain was heavy enough that visibility was low, but I could just make out shapes moving between the trees, something tall, perhaps two people, but it was hard to tell. The storm seemed endless. Every gust of wind made the cabin groan. Every crack of a branch outside sounded like someone trying to force their way in. I stayed by the window until exhaustion set in, eventually convincing myself I'd imagined it. The forest played tricks on the mind during storms. I went to bed in the loft, rifle beside me, and tried to sleep. I woke hours later to a new sound. Something scraping against the cabin's outer wall, a slow, deliberate scratching. My stomach turned. Whoever or whatever it was right outside. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The scratching stopped. Then the sound of footsteps retreated into the woods. I waited, tense, until dawn, the storm finally easing. When I finally stepped outside, the forest looked deceptively peaceful. But the ground around the cabin was disturbed. Footprints, large and muddy, circled the cabin. Not animal tracks, human, heavy boots. I followed them, tracing them toward the lake trail, but they vanished near a stand of fir trees. No one had come through the main trailhead, which meant they must have snuck in from the far side of the lake, an area almost impossible to reach on foot, especially in a storm. The next day, I checked the trail cameras I had set up. One of the cameras facing the lake had caught something. A figure, barely visible through the sheets of rain, crouched near the edge of the forest. Their face was obscured, and they moved cautiously, almost stalking. It wasn't wildlife. It wasn't hikers. And judging by the size and posture, it was deliberate, someone familiar with moving quietly through the forest. I stayed inside the cabin that night. The storm had cleared, but a heavy fog rolled in from the lake, and the forest was thick with mist. I sat by the stove, keeping the rifle close. Around 11 p.m., the crunching returned, this time accompanied by the sound of snapping branches deeper in the woods. It wasn't random. It was calculated, like someone following the trail I had walked earlier in the day. Hours passed. I never saw them, but their presence was undeniable. By early morning, the fog had lifted, and sunlight filtered weakly through the trees. I left the cabin cautiously, checking the perimeter. There was no one and no sign of forced entry. Yet the feeling of being watched lingered, as though the forest itself had shifted to accommodate an unseen presence. I reported everything to the park headquarters. They investigated, sending a team by helicopter and on foot, but they found nothing. No campsites, no footprints beyond what I had documented, no evidence of intruders. The ranger who followed up told me it could have been poachers, people who had been in the area for months and knew the terrain well. It made sense, but it didn't ease the memory of that stormy night and the deliberate way someone had stalked around the cabin. By the end of my shift, I was exhausted, mentally and physically. I had double-checked every lock, every window, every corner of the cabin before leaving. As I walked the trail back toward the ranger station, the forest seemed lighter, almost normal again, but the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching, not for hunting, but for something else entirely. Testing boundaries, perhaps, or simply asserting that this wilderness was theirs as much as anyone's. Years later, I still remember that cabin. I remember the way the storm sounded on the tin roof, the way the shadows moved in the trees, and the cold certainty that someone had been close enough to touch the cabin walls. But the forest had survived, the cabin had stood, and I had survived too. I returned to the ranger service for decades, working in other areas, but I never again felt as vulnerable as I did that summer in northern Montana. That experience taught me a truth about the wilderness. It's not just animals and weather that make it dangerous. Sometimes, the most frightening presence is another human being, hidden in plain sight, patient and deliberate, waiting for the perfect moment. And that realization has stayed with me, etched into my memory as sharply as the wind that rattled the old cabin roof that night. I never thought I'd find myself in a situation like that, in the middle of nowhere, with only the walls of a creaking old cabin between me and something that didn't belong. It was late November of 2009, and I had decided to escape the city for a while, craving the silence of the remote mountains of northern Arizona. I was 28, tired of office life, and wanted a break from people. I didn't want anyone around, just me and my dog, Max, a German Shepherd mix who had a knack for sensing danger before I even noticed it. The cabin I rented was a small, run-down thing, made of dark cedar that had weathered decades of snow and wind. It sat on a ridge far off the dirt road that led from the nearest town, maybe 10 miles away, surrounded by forest on all sides. When I arrived, the air was already cold, sharp with the scent of pine and wet earth. I parked my truck, hauled in my few bags, and immediately noticed how quiet it was. So quiet it made my ears ring. I thought that was part of the charm. The first night was uneventful. I built a fire in the stone hearth and settled into the worn recliner by the window. Max lay at my feet, his ears twitching at every crack of the fire and the occasional snap of a distant branch. I remember watching shadows move among the trees, small shapes that I assumed were raccoons or deer. I felt isolated but comfortable, exactly what I wanted. The second night, something changed. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to a noise that made my stomach twist. A faint scratching, almost like claws dragging across wood. I froze, listening. Max's growl started low in his throat, rumbling steadily, his body stiff. I told myself it was a coyote or some wild animal, probably just trying to find shelter from the cold. I closed my eyes, trying to convince myself it was nothing. By the third night, the noises had escalated. It started with footsteps outside the cabin, careful and deliberate, circling the perimeter. I checked all the locks, even though the cabin was supposed to be secure. Windows were shut, doors bolted, but the feeling of being watched gnawed at me. Max wouldn't leave my side, and he wouldn't stop growling. What unsettled me most was that the sounds didn't match any animal I knew. The steps were heavy, but sometimes they moved with unnatural speed, like they could leap through the trees silently. It was on the fourth night that I saw it. I had gotten up to refill my water jug when a movement outside the window caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a deer because it was large and seemed to move on four legs, but the way it moved was wrong. Too fluid, too precise. It twisted and turned its body in ways no deer could, and when it lifted its head, I froze. Its face, it wasn't a normal animal's face. The eyes were almost human, a dull amber glow reflecting in the firelight from inside the cabin. Max barked violently, and I yanked him back from the window. The creature froze for a moment, then vanished into the dark trees as quickly as it had appeared. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the chair with Max pressed against my chest, listening to the wind and the faint sound of branches snapping. Every time I thought I heard the creature coming back, Max stiffened and growled. I realized then that this was not a wild animal. It was intelligent in a way that scared me more than anything else I had ever faced. Over the next few nights, it became bolder. It would appear at odd times, always just outside the line of the porch light, sometimes crouched low like it was stalking prey, sometimes standing upright, blending unervingly into the trees. I tried to leave. I thought about driving to town, but the truck was parked down a slope, and the dirt road was slick with rain and mud. Any attempt to leave would be visible, and I had the overwhelming feeling that it was waiting for me, calculating, patient. One night, around midnight, I heard it move directly behind the cabin. The back door, which I had double-checked and bolted, shook slightly, like someone was leaning against it, testing it. I could hear its breathing through the thin wood. My hands shook as I grabbed the fire poker, pressing it against my chest like it could protect me from something that didn't belong in the natural world. Max was growling, hair bristled, lips curled back to show teeth. Then it stopped. Silence. the kind of silence that presses down on your lungs, making it hard to breathe. I realized I couldn't stay inside forever, couldn't leave at night. I had to be smart. I decided to spend the next day preparing, boarding up windows with spare planks, moving heavy furniture in front of the doors. I gathered all the knives I could find and kept a flashlight and my old rifle nearby. Max and I spent the day quietly, ears straining at every rustle of the wind or tree branch. I didn't leave the cabin until I felt fully ready for whatever it was. That night, it came again. I heard it first as a faint rustling near the woods, then footsteps. I shined the flashlight out the window and saw it crouched low, watching the cabin, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. I raised the rifle, but I didn't fire. Something about this creature, shooting it without knowing what it was, seemed like a mistake. I realized then that it wasn't here for sport. It was hunting, studying, waiting for me to make the first move. Hours passed. I stayed awake, not daring to sleep, watching the faint shadows move outside. By dawn, it had vanished. I stepped outside cautiously, Max at my side. The snow had started falling, covering tracks, masking its path. I searched the perimeter carefully, noting deep, strangely shaped footprints that were too large to be a human and too elongated for any wolf or coyote. My stomach sank. Whatever it was, it had been here, observing, learning. After that, I stayed in the cabin a few more days, waiting for it to leave. I didn't see it again, but I knew it was still out there. When I finally left, I drove slowly down the dirt road, Max alert beside me, scanning the trees for any movement. I didn't look back, not once. Even when I reached the paved highway and felt safe among cars and people, a part of me knew it had been following me, or at least it could have been. Years later, I told myself it was a predator, a human maybe, practicing something cruel in the wilderness. I never had proof and I never wanted to, but Max never forgot either. He would growl at empty shadows, ears high, eyes scanning corners. And every time I pass a remote forest now, I remember the weight of those amber eyes in the night, the silent patience of something that watches and waits, and I feel the cold dread of knowing there are places where something waits just out of sight, learning, hunting, and patient beyond reason. I never went back to cabins. I never wanted to, and I never told anyone where exactly I had been because I wasn't sure they would believe me, and I wasn't sure I wanted them to. I was 31 when I decided to spend a few days alone in the hills outside northern Colorado, far from the highways and far from anything that reminded me of people. It was late autumn of 2019, the kind of cold where the air cuts against the skin and the ground feels stiff even when the sun is out. I had been working too much, sleeping too little, and thinking too hard about things that didn't need much thinking. I wanted silence, real silence, the kind that presses against the ears until you start hearing your own breath louder than anything else. A friend had told me about an old logging trail that twisted deep into the hills, a place where some hunters used to camp years ago before the area was closed off. I didn't plan on going too deep, just far enough to stop hearing the distant hum of cars. I took my old backpack, a heavy jacket, a small first aid kit, and enough food for 3 days. I drove my truck down a long dirt road that looked almost forgotten, the edges overgrown with dried brush and tall, yellow grass. I parked near a patch of trees where the ground flattened just enough. The rest of the way I went on foot, following faint marks on the ground that looked like the remains of a trail. The air smelled like cold pine and old dirt, the kind of smell that set heavy in the lungs. The first hour felt peaceful. The ground was uneven, covered in roots and patches of dead leaves. My boots crunched with every step. I didn't mind the weight of my bag. It kept me warm and gave me something to focus on. The trees were tall, their tops fading into a gray sky that looked like it carried snow even if none was falling yet. The forest felt asleep. No animals, no wind, nothing. Around midday, I found a clearing with a view of a slope that dipped down into a wide stretch of land. That was when I saw it. An old cabin far below, almost hidden behind a cluster of trees. It sat crooked on its foundation. Roof dipped slightly to one side, windows dark. I didn't know who built it or when, but I guessed it had been abandoned for decades. Something about the shape of it caught my eye. Maybe it was the way the roofline cut sharply against the trees, or the way the wood looked gray and sun-bitten. I hadn't planned on exploring anything, but curiosity outweighed sense. Took me another half hour to reach it. The closer I got, the colder the air felt, not in a supernatural way, but in a way that told me this place didn't get much sunlight. The trees leaned inward around it, blocking the sky. The ground here was softer, almost muddy even though it hadn't rained recently. The smell changed too. There was a faint damp odor that tasted like old rot. The cabin was smaller than it looked from the hill, maybe 20 feet wide, 30 feet long. The front door hung slightly open. The wood around the frame was swollen and cracked, covered in thin lines of green moss. The windows were boarded from the inside with uneven planks. I put my hand on the door and pushed it slowly. It swung open with a long, dry groan. The inside was darker than I expected, so I let my eyes adjust. Dust coated everything like a thin layer of snow. The floor was uneven and covered in old footprints. Some big, some small, none recent. I could tell they'd been there for years. A thin draft moved through the cracks, brushing against my neck and lifting the fine hairs there. The air inside held the smell of earth, old wood, and something metallic. I stepped inside carefully. My boot pressed into a soft board that bent under my weight. I shifted to the side and found firmer ground. The cabin had only one room, or maybe it used to have more, but the interior walls had collapsed. There was an old metal stove near the back wall, rusted and dented. Broken glass littered the ground in one corner, and in another corner I saw a fallen shelf with old cans scattered around it. Most of them had rusted shut. A few were torn open by animals long ago, but something felt off. I couldn't explain it at first, but the room didn't feel like a place forgotten. It felt like a place someone left in a hurry. The dust on the floor wasn't smooth. It had patterns in it, lines that looked like something had been dragged or pulled. There were scuff marks that seemed too fresh compared to everything else. Not brand new, but not old enough to blend in with the rest of the decay. I walked further inside and lowered my bag to the ground. I wanted to sit for a moment, maybe write a few notes, but when I crouched down, I felt a strange tension crawl across my shoulders. It was like the air behind me grew heavier. I stayed still and listened. I heard nothing, but silence sometimes hides movement. I stood again and scanned the room more slowly this time, taking in every detail. There were scratches on the inside of the door, long vertical ones that didn't look like they were made by animals. They were spaced unevenly, some deeper than others, as if someone dragged something sharp downward again and again. The boards on the windows had been nailed over from the inside, which didn't make sense for a place meant to keep someone out. It looked more like someone had been trying to keep something in, or keep themselves safe from something outside. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I backed toward the door, telling myself I was overthinking it. Old cabins always have strange marks. People use them for all sorts of things: shelter, storage, hiding spots. But then I noticed something else. Near the corner under the fallen shelf, there was a thick rope tied to a metal ring in the wall. The rope wasn't cut. It was frayed at the end like it had been snapped or torn with force. The ring itself looked slightly bent. I didn't want to imagine why someone would need a rope like that inside a cabin this small. I decided I was done. I grabbed my pack and stepped outside into the cold air, feeling relief flood my chest the moment I crossed the threshold. But as I walked away, something caught my eye near the edge of the cabin. A patch of ground looked disturbed, the dirt softer and darker than everything else around it. It was rectangular, about the size of a person lying down. The soil seemed recently turned, though I didn't touch it to check. I simply stared for a long moment, then forced myself to move. I made my way up the hill as quickly as my legs allowed. My heartbeat was loud in my ears, and every small crack of a branch or rustle in the brush made me stop and look behind me. The cabin stayed in sight longer than I wanted it to, its shape shrinking slowly between the trees until it finally vanished behind a rise in the land. I didn't stop hiking until I reached my truck. The sun was already dipping behind the hills, turning the sky a bruised purple. I threw my gear in the back and got inside, locking the doors even though that felt foolish. I sat there, breathing hard, trying to steady the shaking in my hands. I drove away without looking back, the tires spitting dirt behind me. The deeper I got into the main road, the lighter my chest felt, like I had been carrying something heavy and finally set it down. For days after, I couldn't stop thinking about the rope, the snapped end, the bent metal ring, the disturbed patch of soil outside. None of it proved anything. There were no bodies, no signs of violence, no clear explanation. But sometimes the absence of explanations is what makes something feel wrong. A week later, I checked old maps out of curiosity. There was no mention of a cabin in that area. No records, no notes, nothing. Maybe it was built illegally, or maybe it was older than the records. I didn't try going back. I didn't want to. I still remember the smell inside, the heavy silence, the marks on the door. I remember how the ground outside looked soft even in the cold. But the part that stayed with me the most wasn't any of that. It was the footprints in the dust, old and mismatched, like many people had passed through that place at different times. But none had left in a straight line. They all tangled, circled, then drifted toward the same corner, toward the rope. I never went camping alone again after that, and I never once wished to know who used that cabin last, or why they needed to nail the windows shut from inside. Some answers make life easier. Others are better left buried under cold soil where curiosity can't reach them. I learned that lesson in those hills, and I carry it quietly, the same way I carry the memory of that cabin. Only when the air turns cold and the world around me goes silent enough to hear my own steps. I never planned to spend a night alone in a hunting cabin deep in the northern woods of Minnesota, but that year, 1998, I was trying hard to get away from city noise and the steady pressure of work that had been building on my shoulders for months. I was 34, tired, and feeling older than my age. A friend of mine had told me about an old hunting cabin his uncle used to use, far from any real road, hidden between thick birch trees and tall pines. He said nobody had gone there for years, and that it would be the perfect place to clear my head. I thought a few days alone in the cold air would do me good, and I convinced myself it would be easy. I drove as far as my truck could take me, stopping where the trees closed in so tightly the dirt path looked more like a narrow tunnel than a road. I left the truck locked behind me and carried a small backpack with basic supplies. The air smelled sharp and cold, like metal, and I could feel winter sitting just behind the edge of autumn. I walked for almost an hour before the trees finally opened enough for me to see the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. The roof sagged in the middle, and the wood planks on the walls were gray and dry, as if they had been sucked empty by years of cold wind. A thin chimney leaned slightly to one side. The whole place looked fragile, like one heavy snowfall could finish it off. But I wanted the quiet more than comfort, so I stepped inside. The inside smelled like dust, damp wood, and something older that I couldn't name. Light came in through the dirty window on the left, cutting across the room in a narrow line. The cabin had one bed pushed against the wall, covered by an old wool blanket that felt rough under my hand. There was a small table, a metal stove, and a shelf full of cans with labels so faded I couldn't even read what they once held. I set my pack down, stretched my back, and tried to convince myself that the place had charm. It didn't, but I was already there. I spent the rest of the afternoon wandering through the woods near the cabin. I followed trails made by deer, listened to the rustle of branches, and felt the ground soften under my boots where old leaves had built a thick layer. The air was quiet in a way that almost felt heavy. It was only when the sun dipped low that I headed back, noticing how quickly the cold moved in. By the time I returned, the cabin looked darker than before, as if the night made its edges sharper. I went inside and lit my small lantern. The light filled the room unevenly, pooling in certain corners and leaving others in shadow. I made a simple meal from what I brought, ate slowly, and then sat on the edge of the bed. The stillness of the place felt different at night. Not peaceful, but expectant, like something was holding its breath. I tried to sleep, but the mattress was thin and uneven. Every time I shifted, the springs underneath groaned. Outside, I could hear the wind sliding through the trees, sometimes soft, sometimes sharp. I kept my eyes closed for a long time, waiting for sleep to come, and it finally did, but not deeply. I woke up sometime after midnight, not because of a sound, not at first. It was the feeling, something that came over me so fast it snapped me awake. My chest felt tight, and my skin felt colder than the air around me. For a moment, I just lay there staring at the ceiling, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. Then I heard it. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was a single, careful footstep on the wooden porch outside the cabin. The boards had a very specific creak, a slow, old wood kind of complaint that didn't come from the wind or from animals. It was too controlled, too deliberate. I froze completely, barely breathing, listening so hard my ears hurt. My heartbeat felt like something pounding inside my throat. I waited. The wind moved the branches outside, scraping them lightly against the wall, but that sound was thin. The porch creak had been heavier, like weight being placed with caution. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or something else exploring the porch. But I had been in the woods long enough to know the difference between the soft, almost bouncy step of an animal and the firm press of a human foot. I stayed still, staring at the door, my eyes trying to read the shape of the darkness. The lantern had gone out while I slept, so the room was nothing but shades of shadow. My breath fogged in front of me because the temperature had dropped even more. Just when I started telling myself that I had imagined it, the second sound came. This time it wasn't a step. It was the slow drag of something across the porch boards. Not metal, not fabric. Something firm like a boot sliding slightly before lifting again. I felt a sharp wave of fear rise through me. A kind of fear that wasn't loud or panicked, but deep and cold. I didn't move. I didn't even blink for several seconds. I listened again for anything else. There was nothing, but the silence didn't feel empty. It felt like something was just on the other side of the door, waiting. A full minute passed, then another. My muscles were tight, my hands cold and trembling. I reached slowly toward my backpack, which I had placed beside the bed. I didn't keep a gun, but I had a small hunting knife wrapped in cloth. My fingers brushed against it, and I felt some tiny sense of control return, even though I knew the knife would do little against whoever might be out there. I waited for almost an hour, though it felt much longer. The night stayed quiet, but the fear didn't leave my body. I stayed seated on the bed, holding the knife in my right hand, eyes fixed on the door until the first thin line of morning light crept along the window. Only then did I stand. Only then did I feel brave, no, not brave, just less terrified. In daylight, the cabin no longer felt as suffocating, but the memory of the sounds stayed sharp and clear. I walked to the door and pushed it open slowly. The porch boards were frosted over, and I could see faint marks where something or someone had stood for a few moments. They weren't animal prints. They weren't shaped clearly enough to prove what they were, but they had the look of weight pressed in a human way, too long and straight to be hooves, too deep to be made by a wandering branch. The rail of the porch had a small piece of bark stuck to it, as if someone with rough gloves had brushed against it while leaning or looking inside through the window. I felt a strange mix of relief and dread. Relief that whoever had been there didn't try to come in. Dread because I still didn't know why they were there, or how long they stood only a few feet from where I slept. I didn't stay long after that. I packed my things fast, making sure I didn't leave anything behind. The air felt heavy again, but now in a way that pushed me to move quicker. As I walked back toward where I left my truck, I kept checking behind me, scanning the trees, listening for anything out of place. The woods looked the same as the day before, but the peace I felt earlier was gone. Now every shadow felt wrong. Every silence felt deliberate. When I reached my truck and shut the door behind me, I finally let out a long breath I didn't realize I had been holding. I didn't look back at the path. I didn't want to see anything watching me leave. The whole drive home, the same thought kept repeating in my mind. Not a loud thought, but a quiet, steady one that sat heavy in my chest. The cabin was empty when I arrived, but it wasn't empty the entire night. Someone else had been out there, close enough to hear me breathing in my sleep, close enough to study the cabin in the dark, close enough to step on the porch and stand right at the door. And the worst part wasn't that they came. The worst part was that they left without making a sound. They didn't try to break in. They didn't run away. They just stood there watching, long enough to leave quiet marks in the frost and a cold weight inside me that stayed long after I left the woods behind. I never went back to that place again. I didn't tell my friend what happened, and I never asked who else knew about that old cabin. Whatever or whoever came to the porch that night wasn't looking for shelter. They were watching, and the thought that they might still be wandering those woods, moving slow and quiet, has stayed with me every year since. I learned something real in that cabin. The woods don't need monsters or myths to scare you. Sometimes the most frightening thing you can meet out there is another person who has no reason to be where you are, standing in the dark, studying you through a thin wooden wall while you're alone and half asleep. That is the part that stays. That is the part that never really leaves. I had been driving for hours through the dense forests of northern Minnesota in the fall of 2014. The leaves had turned shades of gold and crimson, clinging stubbornly to the trees, and the air was sharp with the first hint of winter. I was 32 at the time, a photographer with a restless streak, chasing solitude in the wilderness to capture something real, something untouched. The plan was simple. Spend a long weekend alone in an old cabin I had rented through a local outfitter, away from roads, neighbors, and cell towers. The cabin sat at the end of a dirt road that wound through miles of pine and birch, narrowing so much that I had to edge the Jeep carefully to avoid scraping the sides against tree trunks. By the time I arrived, dusk had already begun swallowing the landscape. The cabin itself was small, wooden, and weathered, with a sagging porch and a metal roof dulled by years of snow and rain. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, though I knew I was the first occupant of the season, likely leftover from the previous owner. I parked and unloaded my gear. A worn backpack, a tripod, my camera with several lenses, and a small bag of essentials. The smell of damp wood and moss hit me immediately, a scent so thick it felt like a living thing. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, revealing a simple interior. A stone fireplace, a rough wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a narrow bed in the corner. Dust motes floated in the shafts of fading light. After stoking the fire, I set about arranging my gear. I had always liked working in natural light, so I left the windows bare, letting the deepening shadows crawl across the walls. The first night was quiet except for the occasional crack of the fireplace and the distant sound of branches snapping outside. I slept lightly, knowing I was alone in a remote part of the forest. The next morning, I woke to the sound of my dog, Max, whining at the door. I had brought him along for safety and companionship. He was a golden retriever with a thick coat, alert eyes, and a tendency to pick up on things I didn't notice. I opened the door to let him out, and he immediately bolted into the woods. That was when I first noticed something strange. Footprints. They weren't mine or Max's. They were heavy, muddy, and irregular, leading toward the cabin from the north side. I knelt and studied them. They looked human, but the spacing was uneven, as if the person had been stumbling or trying to move quietly. I shook off the unease and followed Max on a short walk. The forest was quiet in a way that made your ears ache, the kind of silence where even the wind seems too loud. By mid-afternoon, I returned to the cabin and decided to keep the door locked from the inside. I told myself it was just another hiker or hunter, but the feeling of being watched settled in my chest like a stone. That night, the wind picked up. I could hear it howling through the trees and rattling the window panes. Max was restless, pacing back and forth, his ears twitching at every sound. Around midnight, I woke to the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, pressing against the wooden boards as if testing the strength of each one. I froze, listening. The air seemed to thicken around me. My heart thumped so loudly I feared it would give me away. I grabbed the flashlight, careful not to make a sound, and shone it toward the window. Nothing, only the shadows of the trees, twisting and swaying. But the unease stayed, clinging to me like a second skin. I knew someone had been out there. I checked the door, it was still locked, the bolt secure. Max whined softly, tail tucked between his legs. I sat by the fireplace, trying to calm him, and eventually managed to drift off again. The following morning, I found new signs. The porch had scuff marks, deeper than before, and a half-burned stick from the fireplace had been moved slightly. The footprints were still there, closer now. Whoever had been outside had not made a sound after I shined the light, but it was clear they had been observing the cabin. Fear began to gnaw at me, but leaving wasn't straightforward. The dirt road was muddy, and my Jeep would have struggled to make it through without assistance. I spent the day preparing. I made sure my backpack was ready, my phone fully charged, and Max had extra water. I set up my tripod by the window facing the porch, hoping to catch movement if the intruder returned. As evening fell, the sun dipped behind the hills, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing. Around 10 p.m., I heard it again. Footsteps on the porch, deliberate and slow. Max growled low in his throat. I turned on the camera, the flashlight, and held my breath. Through the viewfinder, I could see the outline of a man. His clothes were dark, baggy, and wet from the woods. He moved cautiously, stopping at the door, pressing against it, checking the lock. I couldn't make out his face, but I felt it in my bones. He had no intention of leaving quietly. My mind raced. The nearest road was miles away. No one would hear me scream, and the phone had no signal. I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed a metal fire poker and flung open the door. The man froze, then bolted into the trees without a sound. Adrenaline surged through me. I called 911, but there was no signal. My only option was to wait until daylight, keep Max close, and watch for any sign of him returning. The night was the longest I have ever endured. Every rustle in the trees made me jump. Every crack of a branch sounded like a footstep. Max stayed at my side, alert, refusing to sleep. When morning finally broke, I grabbed my gear, locked the cabin, and started walking toward the dirt road, hoping someone would drive by. After nearly 2 hours, I saw a truck approaching. I waved frantically. The driver, a local hunter, slowed and helped me get back to a main road, where I finally got a cell signal and called the authorities. When the police came to inspect the cabin later, they found evidence that made my stomach turn. Prints, broken twigs, and a shallow dug hole behind the cabin, as if someone had been watching, hiding, waiting. They said it wasn't uncommon. Remote cabins were easy targets for prowlers, especially in areas that saw few visitors. I was shaken, but I survived. Max and I returned home, exhausted but safe. After that experience, I never went back to that part of the forest. I stayed closer to roads, more populated trails, and always checked in with someone before venturing into the woods. I kept my love for solitude, but I learned that the wilderness doesn't just hold beauty. It holds danger, and sometimes, the people who lurk in it are far scarier than any animal or storm. Even years later, I still dream about that night. The slow, careful steps on the porch, the shadowy figure outside the window, and the deep, unshakable feeling that someone had been studying me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But I also remember Max's unwavering presence, the light of morning, and the simple relief of seeing another human being. That night taught me the value of caution, awareness, and the quiet courage it takes to survive something you can't control. I drove into the northern Arizona backcountry in late autumn of 2019, a few hours before sunset, the sky turning that soft pale orange that made the long dirt road look almost peaceful. I had rented an old hunting cabin for a week, a place people online described as remote, quiet, and surrounded by miles of open land. I wanted time alone, time to clear my head from months of stress at work. The cabin sat at the edge of a dry stretch of juniper and brush, almost 10 miles from the nearest paved road. When I pulled my truck beside it, I felt that small, sharp silence that only empty land can give. Felt good in a way, but it also pressed against my ears like a weight. The place was smaller than I expected. The wood was worn, gray from years of sun, and the roof looked almost too flat to handle heavy rain. Inside, the air was dry and stale, like no one had opened a window in years. The main room held a thin mattress on a wooden bed frame, a metal stove, and a small table pushed into the corner. Dust coated everything except the floor, which had prints from whoever cleaned it last. I put my bags down and walked around, getting used to the quiet. I remember thinking the whole place felt abandoned, even though I had the email confirmation that said it was used often by hunters. By the time I unpacked, the temperature had already started to drop. The sky darkened faster than I expected, and the cold crept under the door. I walked outside for a moment to look around before the light was completely gone. The land stretched wide and empty in every direction. I saw no houses, no headlights, no trails of dust from distant cars. Just the low brush and scattered trees and the long shadow of the cabin behind me. I heard something far off, something like a short cry or yelp carried by the wind. It sounded like an animal, but I couldn't tell what. I didn't think much of it. The owner of the cabin had warned me about coyotes. Inside, I lit the old lantern and set it on the table. The soft, warm light filled only part of the room, leaving the corners darker than they should have been. I heated a can of soup on the stove and ate it slowly, listening to the metal crackle as it cooled. I wasn't used to that kind of loneliness. It made every small sound feel bigger. Every pop of the wood, every shift of the walls, every gust of wind brushing the old boards felt like something trying to get in. When I got into bed, I pulled the blanket up and tried to settle in. Sleep didn't come easily. The cabin made the kind of noises that made my mind work harder instead of shutting off. At some point, I drifted into a light sleep, but not for long. I woke up to a noise outside. It wasn't loud, but it was strange. Slow steps in the dirt, too heavy for a small animal. For a few seconds, I stayed completely still. I heard the steps again, closer, moving around the side of the cabin. I could feel my heartbeat thumping in my throat. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe an elk roaming near the cabin. But deer didn't usually walk like that, steady and slow like something examining its surroundings. The steps stopped near the front of the cabin. I stared at the ceiling, holding my breath. There was a moment of complete silence, so silent it made my skin crawl. Then I heard something brushing lightly against the door. Not scratching, just a soft shift, like someone leaning against it. The first thing that came into my mind was a word I had seen online 100 times. Skinwalker. People in the area talked about strange things roaming the desert, things that copied animals, things that moved like humans but weren't. I didn't believe any of it, but hearing those slow, deliberate steps outside, alone in the dark, pushed all those stories back into my mind. Even though I knew I had no reason to believe them, fear didn't care about logic in moments like that. The steps moved again, this time around the cabin toward the window. I could hear the crunch of dry ground with every careful shift. The lantern on the table was almost out of sight from the bed, but its faint glow lit part of the wooden wall. I watched the wall like it would tell me something. A shadow passed across it. Something tall, something upright. I didn't move. I stayed frozen until the steps slowly faded away into the distance. I didn't sleep again that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something standing right outside, staring in, waiting for me to fall asleep. When morning finally came, I stepped outside and walked around the cabin. The dirt showed marks. Something had walked around in a slow circle. The prints weren't clear enough to tell exactly what made them, but they were bigger than any coyote I had ever seen. The ground was too dry to take a full impression, but the shape didn't look right. It didn't look like a hoof, and it didn't look like a paw. It was almost like a bare foot, but the shape was stretched in a way that felt wrong. I stared at it for minutes, trying to make sense of it, telling myself it was nothing, that the light played tricks on me. I spent most of that day inside, only stepping out to gather more firewood. Even in daylight, I felt watched. The wind carried faint noises across the land. Short yelps, low groans, things I couldn't place. I saw something far in the distance once, something moving just beyond the brush, but it slipped away before I could tell if it was a person or an animal. By evening, the sky grew heavy with cold again. The temperature dropped faster than the night before. I sat on the bed, staring at the thin door like it was the only thing keeping me alive. When it got fully dark, I turned the lantern up brighter, thinking it would help, but it only made the shadows look thicker at the edges of the room. The noises came again that night, but they were different. Lighter steps, then heavy ones, like something switching its weight back and forth. I heard it circle the cabin twice. Then I heard it stop right outside my window. My heart pounded so hard I felt it in my jaw. I saw the faint shadow again, long and thin, crossing the wall as it stood in the lantern's glow. The fear swelled so much that I grabbed my bag and truck keys. I waited for the sound to move away, even by a few steps. When the steps shifted toward the other side of the cabin, I took the chance. I pushed the door open, rushed to my truck, and got in. The cold air burned my lungs as I slammed the door. I didn't look toward the cabin. I didn't want to see anything standing there. I started the engine, the sound echoing across the empty land, and drove straight down the dirt road without looking back. I didn't slow down until I reached the highway, where I finally stopped on the shoulder. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I sat there breathing hard, watching the dark land I had just escaped stretch endlessly behind me. Nothing followed me. Nothing moved. The desert was still. Later, weeks later, I read reports from the same area. People had seen a man living out there illegally, someone who had been wandering the land for months, wearing torn clothes, starving, moving around at night, approaching cabins and campsites. He was mentally unstable, according to the sheriff's office. He mimicked animal sounds. He crawled sometimes. He walked upright sometimes. He lived off whatever he could take. It all made sense then. Every step I heard, every shadow I saw, every strange sound that crept through the darkness. None of it came from anything supernatural. It was only a man, broken by isolation, surviving any way he could. The idea should have comforted me, but it didn't. If anything, it made the whole thing worse. A story is one thing. A real person watching my cabin in the dark, waiting for something I didn't want to imagine, that was something else entirely. I never went back to the cabin. I never even drove near that part of the state again. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and still, I think about those slow steps in the dirt and that stretched shadow slipping across the wall. I remind myself it was just a man out there, nothing more. But that thought doesn't make the memory any easier to carry, because a man is real, and real things can reach you. I was 34 when I drove past my ex-wife's old cabin for the first time since the divorce. It was in northern Minnesota, somewhere past the point where the road stopped being paved, a place surrounded by thick pine forests that stretched as far as the eye could see. I wasn't sure why I decided to go. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe some twisted need to see what she had left behind. It had been almost 5 years since we split, but seeing that small, weathered cabin brought back a lot of memories, some sharp and bitter, others just dull and heavy like old rusted metal. The road that led to it was little more than a dirt trail, overgrown in parts and slick with the spring thaw. My old truck bounced over hidden ruts, and every jolt sent me grimacing, remembering the long, quiet nights we had spent there. The cabin itself was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet, with a sagging roof and paint peeling in long strips from the siding. The front porch was warped, one of the boards missing completely, and the windows had that yellowed look of glass that hadn't been cleaned in years. It didn't look like it belonged in the present. It looked abandoned, like the forest had started reclaiming it slowly, piece by piece. I parked a few feet away and stepped out, the ground soft under my boots. The air smelled like damp pine needles and wet soil, sharp and clean in a way that made my lungs ache a little. The sky overhead was heavy with clouds, low and gray, and a fine mist had begun to fall. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears and makes the simplest noises, your own breathing, the wind rattling through the branches, feel enormous. I could hear a woodpecker somewhere off to my right, tapping on a tree like some impatient clock. I walked up to the porch, careful not to put my weight on the missing boards. The cabin door was shut, but it wasn't locked. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the handle. I hadn't been inside in years, and even then it had been years before the divorce when the cabin still held a kind of warmth. Now it just smelled like wet wood and something else I couldn't place. I opened the door slowly, the hinges groaning like a warning. Inside, the cabin was dim. Only the thin gray light filtering through the grime on the windows cut through the shadows. Dust hung in the air, moving in faint streaks where the light touched it. The furniture was sparse, old, and covered in yellowing sheets. A wooden table leaned slightly to one side. A single chair lay tipped over on the floor. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight, each step echoing against the walls. I didn't see anything alive, but the cabin felt occupied in a way that made my stomach tighten. Not by ghosts, not by spirits, but by the residue of human life. Someone's routines, someone's small, private moments left behind. I made my way to the small kitchenette at the back. The sink was stained, the faucet corroded, and a thin layer of grime coated the counter. A few dishes had been left behind, stacked like they'd been abandoned in a rush. I ran my fingers along the counter, disturbing the dust, and felt a shiver run down my spine. Not from fear exactly, but from the sense of being somewhere that time had moved on without me. Then I noticed it, a small, leather-bound notebook on the floor near the stove. It was worn, the edges frayed, pages yellowed. I picked it up, flipping through slowly. Most of the pages were filled with everyday notes, groceries, dates, reminders. But some of them were more personal, bits of thoughts about the land, the isolation, her desire to be alone. And then I saw the sketches. Not drawings, exactly, but rough markings of the surrounding forest, lines showing hidden paths and strange clearings. It looked like she had been mapping something, though I couldn't tell what. I felt a wave of unease creep up. My first instinct was to put the notebook down and leave, but I kept going. There was something about the way the cabin seemed frozen in that moment, caught between being lived in and abandoned, that held me there. I walked toward the bedroom, the small space at the back of the cabin. The bed was still there, unmade, a thin mattress sagging in the middle. The sheets smelled faintly of mold. A dresser sat against the wall, drawers closed, but one slightly ajar. I crouched to look inside. There were clothes, old but folded neatly, and then a small box tucked in the corner. I opened it carefully. Inside were letters, yellowed and brittle. They weren't addressed to me, and I didn't recognize most of the names. Some were written by friends I'd never met, some by family. But as I read, a pattern emerged. She had been writing about people who had come to the forest, strangers passing by, hikers and hunters. Her notes were careful, almost meticulous. She didn't trust anyone. She wrote about being alone, about feeling watched. And then one letter made my stomach drop. It described someone approaching the cabin at night, someone she didn't know, someone who had lingered just beyond the edge of her property. She had heard footsteps, voices too soft to make out, and had hidden. I set the box down slowly, my hands shaking. I realized, with a kind of sudden clarity, that the cabin had not been abandoned in the usual sense. She had left it to disappear into the forest, to escape. But she had also left traces of her fear behind. And even now, I felt it, like the shadows were thicker than they should be, like the wind through the pines wasn't just wind. It carried something watching, something patient. I moved back toward the door, stepping carefully over the boards on the porch. The rain had started falling harder now, drumming against the roof and splattering into the dirt around me. I felt a flicker of panic, small, rational, the kind that says, "Don't linger here," but something else made me stop. I looked around at the cabin, the way the forest pressed close, the way the mist hugged the trees. I could almost imagine her, years ago, standing here, listening to the same wind, feeling the same isolation. It was a sharp, painful kind of empathy. I understood her fear, her need to vanish. I took a deep breath and started walking back to my truck. The rain was heavier now, soaking through my jacket in minutes. The dirt trail had turned to slick mud, and I had to be careful not to slip. I didn't look back at the cabin. I didn't need to. Its presence was burned into my memory. By the time I reached the main road, the cabin was disappearing behind a curtain of trees and rain. I stopped for a moment, letting the engine warm, the tires spinning slightly in the wet mud. I realized something important then. Seeing it had changed nothing, but it had changed me. I couldn't go back and relive what had happened with her, couldn't fix the past, couldn't confront the reasons we had fallen apart. But I could understand it, see it for what it was. A small, lonely place that had kept someone safe from the world for a while. As I drove away, the forest closing behind me, I felt the weight in my chest lighten. The fear, the unease, the shadows in my mind. They stayed, but they were tempered by clarity. The cabin was just wood and nails and old memories. It was nothing supernatural, nothing meant to haunt me. It was just a place that had existed, and now it was gone from my life again. By the time I reached the paved road, the rain had slowed to a drizzle. The sun was trying to break through the clouds in the distance, casting long, pale streaks of light across the wet landscape. I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Closure. Not sudden, not perfect, but real. And for the first time in years, I allowed myself to breathe without that tight knot in my chest, knowing that whatever had happened, whatever fear and tension had filled that little cabin, I could finally leave it behind. I started that night with a stupid kind of confidence, the kind of person only feels before the weather changes and reminds them how small they really are. It was late autumn 2014, somewhere deep in the northern part of Oregon, far off the paved roads and even farther from anyone who could hear a shout. I had driven out earlier in the day with a plan to start building a small cabin on a plot of land I had bought a few months earlier. The place was nothing more than a thick patch of wet forest, tall pines, rough ground, and big stretches of silence that felt heavier as the sun went down. I wanted the cabin to be simple, just a one-room space where I could camp and work on weekends. By the time evening came, I had set up a small tarp shelter and unpacked the tools. The sky was already a dull gray, the kind that looks like it will last for days. The air smelled like wet soil and old wood. The temperature kept dropping every hour, but I thought I could finish at least the base frame of the cabin before it got too dark. I worked slow but steady, dragging lumber, measuring, cutting. The kind of work that keeps your mind clear and your body warm. But the forest around me felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Every few minutes I kept glancing over my shoulder for no real reason. The trees stood close together, and their branches moved in the wind like they were whispering to each other. I tried ignoring it. The rain started around midnight, just a soft tapping at first, then a steady fall that filled the silence with a constant hiss. I pulled my hood tight and kept working because I knew if I stopped, the cold would settle too deep in my skin. My breath came out in white puffs and mixed with the damp fog that drifted between the trees. The ground became slick mud, and the little lantern I brought flickered from the wind. I kept telling myself it was fine, just one rainy night, just one long stretch of work, nothing strange. But everything around me felt like it was watching. At some point, I had the strong feeling that the woods behind me had changed. The darkness felt closer. The tree line looked a bit different than before, as if the shapes were arranged in another way. I told myself it was because the lantern light played tricks in the rain. But the feeling kept getting stronger, something pressing down on me from all sides. My shoulders tightened without me meaning to. I wiped rain off my face and tried to focus on the frame I was building. Every small noise became sharp, water dripping from leaves, branches moving under the wind, distant cracking sounds deeper in the forest. I tried to blame everything on the storm, but there was something else mixed into the noise, something lighter and fast, like footsteps in wet dirt but too soft and too irregular for a person. Sometimes I heard them behind me, sometimes to the side, sometimes quick enough that they felt like they circled me without ever getting closer. I didn't turn around at first. I just kept working, hands shaking a little, wood slipping as the rain kept falling harder. When I finally forced myself to look around, I saw nothing but trees packed tight and their shadows stretching between them. My light hit the trunks and scattered across the wet bark. Nothing moved, nothing stood out, but the feeling didn't leave. If anything, looking around only made it worse. It felt like the whole forest was holding its breath. I went back to working because I needed something to do with my hands, but I couldn't focus anymore. My measurements were off. My cuts were sloppy. I kept dropping screws. I felt exposed, standing out there in the clearing with just the thin ring of lantern light around me. I started rushing, trying to get at least the walls upright so I'd have something between me and the night. My heartbeat picked up when I noticed something strange in the mud. There were prints near the edge of the clearing, thin, long, and spaced too far apart to be from any animal I knew. They didn't look fresh, but they also didn't look washed out by the rain. It seemed like they appeared only recently, as if they hadn't been there a few minutes earlier when I had been moving boards through that exact spot. I crouched down to look closer, but I couldn't make any clear shape out of them. They just looked wrong. I stood up and felt eyes on the back of my neck. I turned so fast the lantern shook in my hand. Again, nothing. Just the wind making the trees sway, branches knocking together, the rain coming down harder and harder. But I felt something move far between the trees, something low and quick, something I couldn't see clearly. My chest tightened. My legs felt heavy. I wanted to believe it was just a deer or some animal, but the movement was too quiet, too smooth. The rain kept pouring until my clothes stuck to my skin. The mud around the frame of the cabin turned into deep, soft patches that tried to pull my boots off. I stepped back to grab another board, and that's when I saw it. Something at the far edge of the tree line, just barely visible between two thick trunks. A shape, dark, upright, still. For a moment I thought it was just a tree stump, but then it shifted slightly, like it moved its weight from one leg to the other. My throat felt tight. I blinked and the shape was gone. I felt something in me break right then. I didn't run, but I moved fast, grabbing the lantern and walking to the half-built walls. I climbed inside the frame like it could protect me even though it barely came up to my waist. The rain hammered the tarp I had set up. The wind grew strong enough to make the trees bend. I crouched under the frame for a moment, trying to catch my breath. Then I heard it. Slow steps in the mud. Not rushed, not cautious, just steady, as if someone was taking their time coming toward me. The sound paused every few seconds before continuing again, like whoever it was listening for something. My skin crawled. I tried to steady my breathing, but I couldn't. I kept my eyes on the tree line, waiting to see movement again. The steps stopped before I saw anything, but I felt something, like a shift in the air, as if someone stood just out of the lantern's reach. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it echoed through my chest. I didn't move for what felt like minutes. I stared at the darkness until my eyes hurt. Rain kept sliding off the edge of the frame and dripping down my face. My fingers were numb from the cold. Then, far back between the trees, I saw the shape again. Taller than before, standing straighter. It wasn't close enough to make out details, but I knew it wasn't a tree. Stayed there, barely visible, watching. I felt this deep instinct, ancient and simple, telling me to leave. To not spend another second trying to build shelter here. To get out before whatever that shape was decided to come closer. I grabbed what I could, my lantern, my bag, and walked fast toward the truck. I didn't run because I knew running would make noise. I tried to keep my steps steady, but the mud made every movement loud. I didn't look back until I reached the truck door. When I finally turned around, the shape was gone again. The only thing left was the dark wall of trees and the sound of rain hitting the metal roof of the truck. My hands shook so much that I struggled with the keys. When the engine finally started, I felt a rush of relief that hit so hard I almost laughed. I drove out fast, tires sliding on the wet dirt road, the forest closing behind me like a door shutting. I didn't go back the next day, or the next week. When I finally returned during daylight, the forest looked normal, quiet, calm, harmless. The prints in the mud were gone. The frame of the cabin still stood, soaked and unsteady, but there was nothing strange around it. No signs that anyone or anything had been there. But that didn't change what I felt that night. I took apart what little I had built, loaded everything into the truck, and drove away for good. I sold the land months later. People asked me why, and I always said the same thing. The place just didn't feel right. I know how it sounds. I know there were no ghosts, no creatures crawling out of stories, nothing like that. But something was in those woods that night. Something real, something watching me with patience and confidence. like it owned that place long before I ever set foot there. And I learned something important. Sometimes fear doesn't come from what you see. It comes from knowing something is out there in the dark. Something that doesn't need to show itself to make you leave. Something that only waits. That night taught me exactly how small I really am, and I've never tried building a cabin alone in the woods again. I never thought a quiet weekend in the mountains would turn into something that I'd carry in my mind for the rest of my life. It was the fall of 2017, and I had rented a small, isolated cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. I had just turned 30, and I figured some solitude with my dog, Rex, a lean, black Labrador mix, would be a perfect escape from the city grind. The cabin was the kind of place you wouldn't find on any major rental site. Hidden behind a cluster of pines and accessed by a long dirt road that twisted up the mountain like it was hiding from the world. When I arrived, the sun was already dipping behind the ridges, and the light had turned that soft, orange gold that seems to make everything feel peaceful. The cabin was small but sturdy, built from dark weathered logs, and the front porch sagged just slightly in the middle. The windows were grimy, and dust lined the corners like it had been left there on purpose. I carried my bag inside, Rex following close, his nails clicking on the wooden floor. The interior smelled faintly of mothballs and old wood. There was a small kitchen with a stove, a fridge, and a table with 2 chairs. A single bedroom with a bed, a threadbare blanket, and a faded quilt sat to the left, and a living room area with a sagging couch faced a stone fireplace. The cabin was dark inside, but not in a threatening way, just old. I unpacked my things, laid a few blankets out for Rex, and made a fire in the fireplace. I wanted warmth and light to keep the chill of the mountains away. The first night was uneventful, though I noticed that every time I opened the front door to check on Rex, there was a smell in the air. It was faint, like wet earth and something else, something metallic. I told myself it was just the soil and the pine needles decaying outside. I had left the cabin windows closed, so it had to be coming from somewhere near the cabin. Around midnight, I woke to Rex growling lowly. I sat up, listening. There was a faint crunching sound outside, like someone walking through dry leaves, slow and deliberate. I assumed it was a deer or a raccoon. My cabin was deep in the forest. Wildlife was normal. I tried to go back to sleep, but Rex wouldn't settle. His ears twitched, his head following some sound I couldn't hear. By the next morning, I convinced myself I was just on edge. The isolation can do that to you. I decided to explore a little to make myself feel more in control. The area behind the cabin dropped steeply into a narrow valley. The trees were thick, their trunks gnarled and close together. The ground was littered with leaves and rocks, and every step I took made a loud crack under my boots. I noticed tracks in the mud near the cabin, large boot prints, fresh and deep. They led toward the backwoods. My heart sank slightly. I had parked far enough that no one could have come close to the cabin without me noticing. I spent the day chopping firewood and keeping the cabin in order. That night, I left the porch light on and made sure the fire was burning. Around 11 p.m., the crunching returned, this time closer, circling the cabin slowly. I could hear twigs snapping, the sound of someone or something moving around. I stayed still on the couch, listening. Rex growled at the door, hackles raised, eyes fixed. The sound didn't last long and eventually faded, leaving a hollow silence that made the cabin feel larger than it was. The next day, I decided to hike down to a nearby stream, hoping the movement would shake off the paranoia creeping in. The trail was overgrown in parts, and the forest seemed unnaturally quiet, like the wildlife had vanished. About half a mile from the cabin, I found more boot tracks, fresh, heading deeper into the woods, some leading in circles, as though whoever made them didn't want to be followed. I felt a chill run down my spine. I snapped a picture of the tracks with my phone, then turned back toward the cabin, trying to appear calm to Rex, who was tense but following my lead. That night, the feeling of being watched became unbearable. Every shadow seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at it. Around 2 a.m., I heard something pound on the cabin door. Hard, deliberate, heavy knocks. Rex barked violently, running to the door, teeth bared. I froze, listening. It stopped after a few seconds, but then I heard it again, this time on the back of the cabin, the sound of a footstep against the wooden porch boards. My blood ran cold. I grabbed a flashlight and a hunting knife I kept in my bag. I peered out the front window, but the yard was empty. I checked the perimeter with Rex close, shining the light around. Nothing. But then, I noticed the back door, slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it. My heart pounded as I closed it, locking it twice this time. I slept the rest of the night in the bedroom, knife in hand, Rex at my side, ears twitching every time the wind moved through the trees. The next morning, I noticed something else. Items inside the cabin had been moved. A small stack of firewood I had neatly piled was scattered, and a chair in the living room was slightly tipped. Someone had been inside while I slept. Panic surged through me. I packed a small bag with essentials and called the local sheriff's office. The signal was weak, but I managed to report the intrusion. They promised to send someone, but warned it might take hours given the remote location. I stayed on edge all day, Rex refusing to leave my side. I avoided going outside except to check the perimeter, and every time I did, I felt eyes on me. The sun began to dip low, and the shadows in the trees seemed longer and darker. Around 6 p.m., I heard a new sound. A low scraping against the cabin walls, slow, deliberate. My stomach dropped. I realized then that whoever was out there wasn't looking to just scare me. They were watching, waiting, testing. By nightfall, I decided I couldn't stay. I grabbed my bag, leashed Rex, and prepared to hike down the mountain to the nearest road. I stayed low, keeping close to the trees, moving silently. The forest seemed endless, and I kept glancing behind me, certain someone was following. I didn't hear footsteps behind me, but every crack of a branch made me jump. Rex stayed close, growling at shadows. Hours passed. I moved as fast as I could through the darkness, until I finally broke into the open where a faint road appeared. My phone signal came back, and I called the sheriff again. This time, I stayed on the line, and a patrol arrived within the hour. They scouted the cabin and the surrounding area. They found nothing, or rather, nothing that could be traced to anyone. No prints besides mine, no evidence that anyone had entered recently. They suggested I report it if I noticed further issues, but there were no arrests. I never went back to that cabin. The memory of that night stayed with me. The sense of being watched, the sound of footsteps circling, the unseen presence that tested me until I fled. I later learned that area had a history of squatters. People hiding in the woods, breaking into cabins, living off supplies, sometimes just waiting for the right moment to confront someone. Knowing that didn't make it any less terrifying. What stayed with me most wasn't just fear, it was the vulnerability. How quickly isolation could make the world feel dangerous. How easily you could be alone with someone or something that doesn't want you there. Even years later, I can still feel Rex's weight against my leg, his low growl, the way the shadows in the trees moved when I closed my eyes. That weekend taught me a lesson about being alone in the woods, about the invisible threats that hide behind normalcy, and about the small, crucial moments of courage it takes to survive. When I tell people about it now, I don't dramatize it. There were no ghosts, no magic, just real, human danger in a place that should have been peaceful. And sometimes, that reality is far scarier than any story you can imagine. I was 32 the year I agreed to help my friend Mark clean out his grandmother's old cabin. It was early autumn of 2016. Not cold enough for snow, but cold enough for thin fog to hang around the hills in northern Oregon. Mark had lived most of his life in the city, far from the woods, and he only visited the cabin once or twice when he was younger. His grandmother had died earlier that year, and the place had been sitting untouched for months. He needed someone he trusted to go out there with him because the cabin was remote, hidden inside a thick stretch of forest where the road, if you could even call it a road, twisted like a broken spine. I had spent years hiking and camping, so he thought I'd know what to expect. I didn't, not even close. We drove up early in the morning. The long dirt path to the cabin was covered in damp leaves, and the way the fog curled around the trees made everything look older than it really was, as if time slowed down in that part of the woods. When we reached the property, the cabin looked smaller than I expected. The wood siding had turned gray, almost the same color as the stones that lined the small hill behind it. The roof sagged in one corner, and a few boards on the deck looked loose enough to fall apart if someone stepped the wrong way. There was a small shed behind the cabin. It leaned slightly to the left, as if it had given up trying to stand straight. I noticed a broken padlock hanging from the door. It didn't mean much at the time, but later I kept replaying that moment, thinking how obvious it should have been that something wasn't right. Inside the cabin, the air was stale. It smelled like dust, old wood, and something I couldn't place at first, something sharp, almost metallic. It reminded me of when I used to clean my own hunting knives. The air felt heavier in the back part of the cabin, where the hallway led to two small bedrooms and a bathroom. The floor creaked under every step. Dust floated in the thin light that slipped through the cracked windows. A few picture frames lay face down on the floor, and some drawers were partly open as if someone left in a hurry and never came back. Mark started gathering some old boxes from the living room while I went to check the back rooms. The first bedroom looked normal, messy, but normal. Just old furniture, an empty dresser, and a mattress that sagged in the middle. The second bedroom was different. The moment I stepped inside, that metallic smell grew stronger. Something about the air felt wrong, like the room held a memory of something it shouldn't. I opened the closet door slowly, half expecting raccoons or mice to jump out. But there was nothing, only old coats hanging crooked on the rod and a shoebox on the floor filled with letters. Nothing strange, nothing dangerous. Still, something made the back of my neck tighten. I kept cleaning anyway. We worked for hours. The place had years of dust settled into every corner, and we had to open every box, empty every drawer, check every piece of furniture. By late afternoon, the sun started dropping behind the trees, and the inside of the cabin turned darker, shadows stretching long and thin across the wooden floor. The temperature fell with the light, making the cabin feel colder than it had been all day. Around that time, I went outside to look for a better broom. I remembered noticing an old one leaning against the shed earlier. When I walked toward it, I felt the air grow even colder. The shed door was slightly open, like a hand had pushed it just enough to create a thin gap. The broken padlock lay on the ground. I should have turned back. I should have gone inside and told Mark something didn't feel right. Instead, I pushed the door open. The smell hit first, stronger, sharper, and thick enough to catch in my throat. The inside of the shed was darker than the cabin. The single window was covered with dirt and old spider webs, letting only a thin line of light through. I stepped inside because I didn't want to admit to myself that I felt scared over a small shed. I saw two shovels leaning against the wall and a rusted metal toolbox. Everything looked normal at first, but then my eyes adjusted to the light, and I saw the tarp. It was balled up in the far corner, but something underneath it had created a strange shape, like it covered a pile of things but not soft things. Hard things, things that didn't shift naturally. The tarp was old, the blue plastic faded and torn in a few places. I moved closer, not because I wanted to, but because my brain kept telling me that it was probably junk. Old equipment, maybe firewood. My foot nudged the edge of the tarp, and the entire shape under it shifted in a way that made my skin crawl instantly. I pulled the tarp back. Everything in me froze. Under the tarp was a dead body. A man, maybe in his late 40s or early 50s. His clothes were dirty, torn in places, and his skin had turned a pale gray that blended with the shadows inside the shed. He had dried blood around the side of his head, like he had been hit hard with something heavy. His arms were stiff, positioned awkwardly, like he had been placed there without care. His eyes were half open, pointed toward the roof. The smell was strong enough to sting my nose. I stepped back so fast my shoulder hit the shelf behind me. The sound echoed through the shed like a crack, and for a moment I thought I heard something move outside, but maybe that was just my breath shaking in my ears. My heartbeat hammered so hard I felt it in my teeth. I wanted to run straight to the car, leave everything behind, and drive until the forest was only a distant memory. But Mark was inside the cabin. I couldn't leave him behind. When I ran back to the house, I moved slower than I wanted to. Every shadow in the yard looked like something hiding. Every tree looked like it was watching. When I finally reached the cabin, I saw the back door open wider than before. I hadn't noticed that when I went out. Inside, the cabin felt wrong. Not like before. Colder. Still. Heavy. I found Mark standing in the hallway near the second bedroom. He wasn't hurt, but he looked pale and frozen in place. I followed his gaze. There were muddy footprints on the floor. Fresh ones. They weren't ours. They started near the back door and went straight to the second bedroom. They stopped at the doorway, then turned back toward the exit. Whoever put that body in the shed had been inside the cabin recently. Maybe even while we were cleaning. Maybe watching us. Maybe waiting for us to leave. I didn't want to stay another second. I grabbed Mark's arm and pulled him toward the door. We didn't look back. We didn't grab anything we brought with us. We just ran to the truck and drove as fast as the dirt path allowed. When we finally reached the main road, only then did I feel like I could breathe again. We drove straight to the nearest police station and told them everything. They took it seriously. A few days later, officers found evidence that someone had been living in the woods behind the cabin for weeks. Food scraps, a sleeping bag, old clothes. They said the man in the shed had likely died from a blunt hit to the head, maybe during a fight. They never found the person who did it. The footprints didn't match anyone they knew. No cameras, no neighbors, no witnesses. Just the woods and the shed. And that cold, heavy silence that stayed around the cabin like it belonged there. Mark sold the property a month later. He never went back, and neither did I. But I still think about that place sometimes. I think about the footprints, the broken padlock, the smell inside the shed. I think about how close the path from the shed was to both bedroom windows, like whoever walked it had spent nights listening from just a few feet away. I think about how we cleaned that cabin for hours without knowing someone had been living nearby, watching us, waiting for the moment we walked into the wrong place. The scariest part wasn't the dead body. It was the fact that the person who put it there was alive. And somewhere in those woods, that person walked between the trees while we worked inside that cabin, breathing the same cold air, stepping through the same silence, hidden just beyond the line of sight. Knowing we were there, knowing the shed was waiting, and knowing we would eventually open it. I remember the summer of 2012 like it was yesterday, even though it's been over a decade. I had just turned 26 and was taking a temporary position as a park ranger in the remote mountains of northern Montana. The park wasn't famous. It was mostly wilderness, dense pine forests, and jagged peaks that cut into the sky. People came here occasionally, usually hikers or hunters, but most stayed away. My job was to monitor the trails, check in with hikers, maintain cabins, and ensure the wildlife wasn't being disturbed. I was stationed at the Cedar Creek Ranger Station, which was essentially a single wooden cabin tucked away beside a small creek. The cabin was old, built sometime in the late 60s, but surprisingly sturdy. Its walls were lined with books about local flora and fauna, and the smell of pine and old wood filled the air. There was a small stove in the corner, a bunk bed, and a worn desk where I kept logs and maps. A weathered ranger's truck sat outside, and beyond that, the forest spread in every direction, thick and silent. I had been working for 2 weeks straight when the incident happened. It had rained the night before, heavy sheets of water pounding the tin roof of the cabin, making it sound like the sky itself was trying to break down the walls. I woke up to the smell of damp earth and the sound of the creek swelling from the runoff. Normally, I loved mornings like that. The forest felt alive. But that day, there was an odd stillness too, like the woods were holding their breath. I spent most of the day patrolling the trails, marking fallen trees, and checking trail markers. The rain had washed out parts of the path, and I had to navigate carefully over slippery rocks. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was setting, painting the sky orange and pink. I started a fire in the stove, made a quick dinner, and settled into my chair by the window. The forest outside was dense, dark, and unmoving, except for the occasional twitch of branches and the whisper of wind. That night, around 10, I heard it, a faint scraping sound coming from outside. At first, I thought it was just a branch brushing against the cabin, but the sound continued, deliberate and slow. I froze, listening, trying to tell myself it was just my imagination. But the scraping kept moving along the walls, circling the cabin almost methodically. My stomach tightened. I grabbed my flashlight and my hunting knife from the desk drawer, my heart pounding. I stepped outside into the cold night. The rain had stopped, but the ground was slick, and the air smelled like wet pine and mud. The moon was half hidden by clouds, throwing shadows across the forest floor. I shone the flashlight along the perimeter of the cabin, but all I saw were trees and the dark silhouette of the forest. No signs of animals, no footprints, nothing that should have made that noise. I went back inside, convincing myself it was a raccoon or maybe a bear brushing against the cabin. I double-locked the door, shut the windows, and sat back down, trying to focus on my notes. But then came the sound again, this time from the roof. Slow, dragging thumps, like something heavy moving across the tin. I tried to think rationally. Bears sometimes climb trees, but the roof? Unlikely. I told myself to stay calm, to remember all the safety training I had. I could see my reflection in the window, pale and tight-lipped, gripping the flashlight like a lifeline. I spent the next hour sitting in the dark, listening. Every few minutes, the thumps or scrapes would shift around the cabin, sometimes soft, sometimes heavier. I couldn't see anything through the windows. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly silent, almost watching me back. My mind started racing. I knew there were hunters in the area, but no one was supposed to be out this late, and the nearest trailhead was miles away. Whoever or whatever was out there had to be very careful. They knew the terrain. At some point, I realized I hadn't checked the back door. I slowly crept toward it, knife in hand, flashlight bouncing along the ground. The mud outside was churned up, footprints leading toward the trees. Whoever had been circling the cabin had been careful, but now I had a clue. Human tracks, size 11 boots, fresh. My heart sank. This wasn't wildlife. Someone had been watching me all night. I didn't sleep. I stayed near the door, keeping the light off and listening to the forest breathe. Around 3 in the morning, the footsteps returned, slow, deliberate, stopping just beyond the treeline. I could hear them shifting, and then the faint sound of breathing. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to hide anymore. They were toying with me, testing my reactions, I realized they had been outside the cabin the whole night, possibly even watching me eat and move around. My stomach twisted, but I knew I couldn't panic. I had a radio, but there was no signal this far in. When the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, I made my move. I had noticed a narrow ridge behind the cabin, just wide enough to hide, giving me a view of the clearing. I waited for the footsteps to return and then ran as quietly as possible toward the ridge, keeping low behind the thick brush. From my vantage point, I saw him, a man in dark clothes moving slowly around the cabin, looking inside the windows, carrying a backpack. He seemed young, maybe early 20s. I noted his features carefully. Short brown hair, sharp nose, thin frame. I realized then what he wanted. Supplies. This was no random attack. He was a desperate survivalist, probably living off the land. I waited, planning my next steps. The man eventually wandered away from the cabin, heading toward the creek. I took a deep breath, keeping hidden, and then ran toward the truck, keeping low and moving silently. I started the engine without a sound, my hands shaking, and drove slowly to the main trail. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger checkpoint nearly 10 miles away. By the time local authorities arrived at Cedar Creek later that morning, he was gone. They found some scattered food wrappers and a small fire pit near the creek, but no one else. They confirmed it. The man had been living in the woods for weeks, possibly months, watching the cabins, the trails, waiting for the right moment. He had been careful, almost patient. I was shaken, but I was alive. After that summer, I stayed at Cedar Creek for 2 more months, but I never stayed alone in the cabin at night again. I learned to check the perimeter thoroughly, to never underestimate how someone could hide in the forest, to trust my instincts. That night in the cabin changed me. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was about human cunning, survival, and the fear of being watched. When I finally left Montana, I drove out before dawn, watching the mountains fade into mist. The cabin remained behind, quiet and sturdy, standing in the middle of the wilderness as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. I could still hear the faint scraping of boots on wood in my memory, a reminder that danger sometimes wears no mask, no supernatural guise, just patience, silence, and the wilderness. Years later, whenever I think of that night, I remember the smell of wet pine, the feel of the mud under my boots, the dark forest pressing in on all sides, and the overwhelming silence that had been broken only by deliberate human steps. It's a memory that never fades, and a lesson I carry with me every time I enter the woods. It was the fall of 1998, and I was 24, restless and exhausted from months of working construction in the city. I wanted something different, somewhere quiet, far from the chaos, where I could clear my head and maybe even write a little. My search led me to a small, forgotten part of Maine, where roads ended in dirt tracks and the forest swallowed up anything that had once been there. The cabin I found was nothing more than a single-story wooden shack at the edge of an overgrown graveyard, sitting on a slope that faced a small creek. The wooden walls were warped and weathered, the roof sagging in places, and the door hung slightly off its hinges. It had been abandoned for decades, but it had a strange pull, like it had been waiting for someone to claim it. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun low and cold. I remember the smell immediately: damp earth, decaying leaves, and the faint metallic tang of old iron. The graveyard was small, maybe 20 graves, many of them toppled or half covered in moss. Headstones cracked, dates worn down by time, names I couldn't read. I walked among them carefully, boots crunching on the brittle leaves, until I found a flat spot near the cabin where I could set up my temporary camp. The first night was unnerving. The forest was alive in ways I hadn't considered. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig sounded like something was coming closer. The wind moaned through the gaps in the cabin walls, making the whole structure groan. I had brought a small kerosene lamp and a blanket, and I had stacked some firewood near the fireplace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness crept over the graveyard like a living thing. The trees' long shadows stretched across the mossy ground, and the fog from the creek began rising in thin, curling wisps. I tried to read a book, but every shadow seemed to move slightly when I looked away, every sound sharper than it should have been. Sleep didn't come easily. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to the sound of scraping, light, deliberate, like someone dragging something across the floorboards. My first thought was that the cabin itself was settling, but the sound was rhythmic, almost patient. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the cabin's interior. Nothing. The corners were empty, the fireplace cold. I sat on the floor for hours, listening to the scraping, the creaking, the wind whipping around the eaves. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I dozed fitfully, jerking awake every time the sound started again. Morning brought a false sense of safety. Sunlight fell across the gravestones, the fog burning away to reveal the mossy ground and broken stones. I made coffee over the small camp stove I had set up, the smell of it comforting in the otherwise alien silence. I explored the surrounding forest cautiously, keeping the cabin in sight. That's when I noticed the signs. Footprints in the damp soil near the creek, not human. Too large, uneven, the toes spaced strangely, but freshly made. My heart thumped, but I rationalized. Maybe it was a deer or some other wild animal. Yet, when I went back to the cabin, I found the front door slightly ajar, though I was certain I had latched it. Over the next few days, my unease grew. At night, the scraping would return, louder and closer, accompanied by small knocks and thumps on the walls. I set up makeshift barriers using furniture and firewood, tried to keep myself busy by cleaning the cabin and collecting firewood, but sleep became impossible. I started leaving the lamp on, even during the day, and I found myself checking the shadows in the graveyard constantly. One morning, I discovered deep scratches on the cabin's outer wall, long gouges that hadn't been there before. They weren't from an animal, too straight, too deliberate. Despite all of this, I refused to leave. Something about that cabin drew me in, a mix of fear and fascination. I thought I could manage it, that maybe I was overreacting. But then it happened. I woke in the middle of the night to a weight pressing down on my chest, a smell of damp soil and something iron-like. The scratching was closer than ever, almost right outside the wall where my bed was. My flashlight had died, and the kerosene lamp flickered violently, shadows dancing in the corners. I held my breath, paralyzed, until the sound abruptly stopped. Then silence, a heavy, suffocating silence. By sunrise, I was trembling, but I gathered enough courage to step outside. The graveyard looked normal, the fog drifting lazily across the stones. I brushed it off as a dream, though every instinct told me it hadn't been. I spent the day fortifying the cabin, nailing boards across gaps, moving furniture against doors, anything to feel secure. I also scouted further into the forest, trying to locate a path back to civilization if things got worse. That's when I noticed something that froze my blood. Piles of dirt and small mounds scattered through the graveyard, almost like someone had been digging shallow holes. Not on all the graves, just some, and some of the dirt looked fresh. Fear finally broke through my stubbornness. I realized that whatever had been scratching, moving, and leaving footprints was not a wild animal. The evidence suggested someone had been here recently, maybe even observing me, and the mounds were a warning I didn't want to ignore. That evening, I packed a bag with essentials. Food, water, matches, tools, anything I could carry. I left the cabin, sticking to the forest paths I had marked, keeping an eye on the shadows, listening to every sound. The walk back to the nearest dirt road was tense. Every crack of a branch, every distant thump of falling timber made me stop and press against a tree. I made it to the road around sunset, where the last golden light broke through the trees, painting everything in a warm glow that felt impossibly safe after the last week. I flagged down a passing truck, and the driver gave me a ride to a small town nearby. I didn't explain much. I just accepted the warmth of human presence, the lights of houses, and the smell of real food cooking in a diner. I reported the cabin later to the local authorities. They came with shovels and dogs, but the mounds in the graveyard had been leveled, as if someone had returned before they arrived. The cabin was condemned and boarded up, left to rot properly this time. I never went back, and I don't know who or what had been there before me, but I did learn something important. Curiosity can be dangerous, and sometimes the most frightening things aren't supernatural. They're just human, patient, and willing to wait. Years later, I sometimes drive past the area. The forest has reclaimed most of the cabin's clearing, the graveyard hidden under moss and fallen leaves. Nothing moves there that I can see, and yet, in my mind, I still hear the scratching, still feel the weight on my chest. But I'm alive, and I escaped, and that knowledge is a comfort I never take for granted. The cabin, the graveyard, the forest, they are just places. But the fear, the tension, the need to survive, it's very real. I carry that lesson with me every time I walk alone at night, every time I hear a sound I can't immediately explain. And that, in the end, was more terrifying and more valuable than any ghost story could ever be. It was the autumn of 2014 when I decided to take a week off from my job in Manchester and head into the Scottish Highlands. I had rented a small, isolated cabin near Loch Lomond. The place was advertised online as rustic and peaceful, perfect for someone looking to escape the city. I was 32 at the time, and this was supposed to be my solo retreat, a week to hike, read, and just be alone. The drive from Glasgow took longer than I expected. Narrow, winding roads cut through dense pine forests, and by the time I arrived, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. The cabin itself sat on the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by thick, dark woods. It was old, but sturdy, with dark wooden panels weathered by decades of rain and wind. The windows were small and dusty, and the front door creaked loudly when I opened it. Inside, the air smelled of damp wood and old smoke. There was a fireplace, a small kitchen, and a single bedroom. Nothing fancy, but enough for me. That first night, I lit the fireplace and settled in with a book. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows. Occasionally, I thought I heard something moving just beyond the clearing. A branch snapping, or maybe an animal shuffling through the underbrush. I told myself it was nothing, just the woods being alive. The second day, I explored the area around the cabin. There was a narrow trail leading down to the loch, and the forest was thick and quiet, almost unnervingly so. I walked for hours, taking photographs and breathing in the cold, damp air. I noticed something odd, though. At the edge of the trees, just beyond the trail, there were signs that someone else had been there recently. A small fire pit, half buried in leaves, and a circle of flattened grass that looked like someone had slept there. I shrugged it off. People hike in these parts all the time. The third night is when things started to feel wrong. I was lying in bed, reading by the light of a small lamp, when I heard the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate pacing back and forth. My stomach tightened. I went to the window and peered out into the darkness. There was nothing there, just the shadow of the trees swaying in the wind. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, or maybe the old boards of the cabin shifting. The next morning, I noticed something else. On the doorstep, there was a small bundle of sticks tied together with string, arranged carefully. I hadn't left anything like that there, and the idea of someone coming close enough to put it there made my skin crawl. I picked it up and took it inside, tossing it on the floor. I didn't sleep well that night. By the fourth day, I had decided to hike further into the forest, trying to distract myself from the growing unease. The trail grew narrower, the trees closer together, and the air colder. That's when I first saw her. She was standing just off the trail, partially hidden behind a large pine. At first, I thought she was a figure carved into the forest, some sort of hunting scarecrow or prank. But she moved, slowly. She was thin, with long, tangled hair that hung over her face. Her clothes were ragged, dark, and soaked from the rain that had fallen earlier. She didn't speak, didn't call out. She just stood there, staring. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. After what felt like an eternity, she stepped back into the trees and disappeared. I ran back to the cabin without looking back. My heart was hammering, and my hands shook as I bolted the door behind me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a local drifter, a homeless woman? But something about the way she had moved, so quiet and deliberate, unsettled me more than anything else in my life. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining her watching me through the windows. The wind picked up again, louder this time, like it was pressing against the cabin from all sides. Around midnight, I thought I heard scratching at the door, just faint, but deliberate, like fingernails dragging across wood. I stayed perfectly still, listening until it stopped. I told myself it was just a branch or an animal, but my gut told me otherwise. The following morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. A single boot print, muddy and large, right outside the door. There were no other tracks around it, as if she had appeared and vanished like a shadow. I gathered my things quickly and decided to hike back toward the main road, planning to leave the cabin that day. But when I reached the trailhead, the forest was strangely silent, almost oppressively so. I felt like eyes were following me, but when I turned, there was nothing. It wasn't until the evening, when I was back in my car and heading down the winding road to the nearest town, that I understood what had been happening. The forest opened up briefly to a small clearing, and there she was, standing at the edge of the woods, watching me. She didn't move as I drove past, didn't disappear. She just stood there, soaking wet and staring, until the darkness swallowed her again. I didn't look back. Once I reached the town, I reported what I had seen to the local police. They listened politely, asked a few questions, and then told me that in recent months, there had been rumors of a woman living in the forest. No one knew who she was, and no one had been able to approach her. Some said she had been in the woods for years, avoiding contact with anyone, possibly unstable. They couldn't confirm anything, but I had no reason to doubt my own experience. Months later, I went back to the highlands with a friend, a local this time, who guided me to the area. The cabin had been sold to someone else, and the forest around it seemed quieter, almost normal. But when I walked the trail again, I felt the same unease creeping over me. The underbrush had been trampled in certain places, and I could see faint signs that someone or something still roamed those woods. I never saw her again, and I didn't spend another night in a cabin that remote. But even years later, the memory lingers. The way she moved, silent and deliberate. The way she watched, waiting, never approaching but never leaving either. That week in the highlands taught me that some parts of the world are just wild. Not in the sense of beautiful scenery or untouched nature, but in the sense that people, or something human, can exist on the edges of society unseen and unpredictable. The experience changed how I think about isolation and solitude. I still love the outdoors, still seek remote cabins, but I always make sure I'm not completely alone. There's a difference between being alone in nature and being alone with someone or something you can't understand. And the woman in the forest reminded me of that in the most unnerving way possible. Even now, if I see a shadow in the corner of my eye while hiking, I can't help but glance over my shoulder. I know it's probably nothing rationally, but somewhere deep in my mind, I remember her, standing at the edge of the trees, watching, patient and silent. And I remember the fear that had nothing to do with ghosts, nothing to do with fairy tales, and everything to do with the fact that some people or some presences exist in the world quietly, deliberately, and without explanation. I didn't plan on spending the night at the old farm cabin. I was 32 then, tired from months of city life, and I thought a quiet weekend in the countryside would clear my head. I had been driving along the back roads of northern Pennsylvania in late October 2017, hoping to escape the noise and the constant rush of the city. The air was crisp and smelled faintly of wood smoke and decaying leaves. I remember the sun was already low, casting long shadows that twisted across the cornfields like dark fingers. The cabin wasn't exactly on any map I had. I stumbled upon it after following a dirt path that branched off from the main road. At first, I thought it was abandoned. The paint was faded, the wooden boards warped and gray. Windows were grimy, some cracked, and the front door hung slightly off its hinges. A faint smell of rot drifted from the building. I remember parking my car in the grass that had grown wild around the cabin and stepping out, feeling the cold crunch of frost under my boots. My dog, Max, a scrappy black lab mix I'd rescued years ago, sniffed the air and growled quietly, his tail stiff. Inside, the cabin smelled worse. Dust and mold mixed with the faint, lingering odor of animal droppings. There were old furniture pieces, a rickety table with one leg shorter than the others, a chair with stuffing poking out of the torn fabric, a small, cracked sink in the corner. The floorboards creaked under my weight. It looked like no one had lived there in decades, yet it wasn't completely empty. Small details caught my eye: a rusted, half-full bucket of water, a broken broom leaning against the wall, and faint marks on the floor, as if someone had dragged something heavy across it recently. I decided to stay the night. I set up a small sleeping area on the floor near the stove, thinking I could build a fire to keep warm. Max settled next to me, ears perked, eyes scanning the dark corners. The first few hours passed quietly. I managed to light a small fire in the old stove, the flames flickering and casting odd shapes across the walls. Outside, the wind rustled the bare trees, and the occasional distant cry of a coyote echoed across the fields. I thought I was safe. I thought I had chosen a quiet, lonely spot. Then I heard it. At first, I convinced myself it was the wind or a branch scraping against the cabin wall. It started as a soft thud, then another, then several in a row, deliberate, heavy. Something was moving outside, circling the cabin. Max growled low in his throat, his body stiff, hair on his neck bristling. I froze, trying to listen, telling myself it was just an animal. But it wasn't like the sounds I knew. They were too slow, too precise. Someone or something was outside. I grabbed a flashlight and my old hunting knife, the one I always carried in the city for emergencies, and edged toward the door. My heart thumped so hard I could feel it in my throat. Outside, the wind had died down, and the night was eerily silent, except for the occasional soft scrape against the wooden siding. I could barely see through the dark, but I noticed footprints in the frost, leading around the side of the cabin and then disappearing into the field. They were large, human, and fresh. I backed away from the door and tried to think. My mind raced. There were no other houses for miles. I had no cell signal. I realized I was alone in the middle of nowhere with someone, or multiple people, prowling around. I remembered the bucket I had seen earlier. I grabbed it and filled it with water from the sink, just in case. It was heavy, but I held it like a weapon. Max stayed close, growling low, refusing to leave my side. Hours passed like that. Every sound outside made me flinch. The snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves, the scraping of boots or stones against the siding. I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion kept pulling at me. At one point, I dozed lightly and woke to the sound of something heavy hitting the cabin wall, right near the stove. My heart stopped. Max barked and lunged at the door, but the lock held. Whoever it was walked around the cabin slowly, deliberately, pausing now and then as if inspecting the windows. The night stretched on endlessly. I tried to make as little noise as possible, staying low to the floor, keeping Max close. I noticed the cabin had a trapdoor in the corner of the main room. I hadn't looked down before, but now I did. It was nailed shut, but I could see the edges of a stairway leading down. I remembered old stories my grandfather told me about farm cellars where people stored food, sometimes animals. Maybe I could hide there if things got worse. By early morning, the footsteps had stopped. The air had grown colder, frost forming on the windows. I waited, tense, listening. After what felt like an eternity, the first light of dawn broke through the trees. I crept to the window and looked outside. The field was empty. The footprints led away from the cabin toward a patch of woods a quarter-mile away. Whoever had been there had vanished. I didn't waste any time. I packed my things as quietly as possible, grabbed Max's leash, and left the cabin. I kept to the edges of the field, avoiding the footprints, and walked back to the dirt road. The sky was pale pink, and the first rays of the sun glinted off the frost. I started my car and didn't look back until I was on the main road, miles away. Weeks later, I called the county sheriff's office. They confirmed my suspicion. The cabin was abandoned, but the property had been used recently by a group of trespassers. There were reports of theft and break-ins on nearby farms. No one had been caught. It dawned on me that I had stumbled into a trap or, at the very least, a very bad situation. I had survived by luck, my instincts, and Max's vigilance. I never went back to that area. I learned to respect the silence of rural places, to trust my gut, and to always check the perimeter before spending the night somewhere isolated. The cabin remained a blurred memory of fear and tension, a reminder that the world can feel calm and empty one moment and threatening the next. Even now, years later, I still feel a twinge of unease whenever I hear footsteps behind me in quiet places or see shadows move too deliberately. Sometimes, when I think back, I wonder what those people were doing in that cabin. Why they were circling it, inspecting it in the dead of night. Were they planning to come back? Were they watching me without my knowing? I'll never know. What I do know is that I survived, and Max and I got out alive. That day taught me more about fear, caution, and the sharp edge of reality than any city alley or news story ever could. It was November of 2012 when I decided to take a break from the city. The stress from work had built up like a storm cloud in my chest, and the small apartment I shared with my dog, Max, felt more like a cage than a home. Max, a lean, alert German shepherd mix with eyes that seemed almost human in their intelligence, had been my companion for 6 years, through lonely nights and long hikes, and I couldn't imagine leaving him behind. I wanted something simple, just a cabin, snow, and quiet, but what I found was far from simple. The cabin itself was tucked deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I had discovered it online, a small, rustic structure listed as secluded, with barely enough electricity to power a single light bulb and a wood stove. Driving there took me down roads so narrow and winding I felt like the car could slip into the forest at any moment. By the time I arrived, dusk was creeping through the skeletal branches of the surrounding trees, turning everything a muted gray. Snow had started falling lightly, each flake catching the weak light and vanishing as it touched the ground. Max's ears perked up at every sound, the crunch of leaves under my boots, the whisper of wind through the pines, and I could tell he was already on alert. The cabin was older than I expected. Its logs were darkened by decades of weather, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. The windows were small and grimy, and the front door had a rusty latch that made a squeal when I opened it. Inside, the air was cold and smelled faintly of damp wood and mothballs. Dust coated the floorboards, and the fireplace held only a pile of gray ash. I set my bag down and let Max wander, watching as he sniffed every corner, his tail stiff but low. There was something about this place that felt off, but it wasn't until I tried to start a fire that I began to understand why. The wood I found in the corner of the cabin was wet. No matter how I stacked it, the kindling refused to catch. Max whined softly, pacing near the door as if he wanted to leave, and I could feel the tension knotting in my chest. I had brought extra blankets and food, but the cold seeped through the cabin like a living thing. By nightfall, the wind had picked up, whipping the trees into sharp, creaking motions. Every gust made the cabin groan, every branch scrape against the roof like fingernails on wood. I kept Max close, wrapping one of the blankets around him and setting him on the small cot in the corner. Around midnight, I started hearing it. Faint, deliberate footsteps outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, maybe snow falling off a branch, but the rhythm was too steady. Crunch, crunch, pause. Crunch, crunch, pause. I froze, listening, heart hammering. Max growled low in his throat, hackles raised, staring at the door. I grabbed a flashlight and a hunting knife I had brought, my pulse spiking with every creak of the cabin. The footsteps stopped. For a long, terrifying minute, there was nothing but the wind, the groaning of the old logs, and Max's quiet growl. Then, without warning, something slammed against the cabin wall. I jumped, the flashlight shaking in my hand, casting wild shadows over the room. Max barked, a deep, fierce sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I ran to the door and peered through the small window. Nothing, only snow falling, the trees swaying, and darkness. I stayed awake the rest of the night, crouched behind the cot with Max, listening to the sounds outside. The wind howled through the broken roof edges, and the snow began to drift thickly, muffling everything beyond the small clearing the cabin sat in. The hours crawled by, each one feeling like a lifetime. At dawn, I finally dared to step outside. Footprints crunched in the fresh snow, small but human. They came from the edge of the tree line, stopped at the cabin, and disappeared into the forest again. My stomach sank. Someone had been here watching. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin as best as I could, stacking furniture against the door and nailing loose boards over the windows. Max followed me everywhere, alert and tense, but I could see he was starting to relax, sensing that I was trying to protect us. I knew the snow would keep anyone from approaching for a while, but I couldn't shake the unease. Every shadow seemed to move, every gust of wind felt intentional, like the forest itself was closing in. The second night was worse. Around 10 o'clock, the wind stopped entirely, and an eerie silence fell over the clearing. Max whimpered, a low sound that sent a chill down my spine. Then, I heard it again. Footsteps, crunching in the snow. This time, they circled the cabin, slow, methodical, pausing at each corner. I stayed absolutely still, listening, feeling the cold metal of my knife in my hand. I realized the intruder wasn't moving randomly. He was studying the cabin, trying to figure out a way in. Hours passed. I dared not sleep, and Max refused to lie down. Then, just before dawn, the steps vanished. I didn't breathe until the first pale light touched the snow. I stepped outside cautiously and found something that made my stomach twist. Footprints leading to the edge of the forest and scattered around the cabin, small items that had been outside when I arrived. An empty can, a half-burned log were now inside. Someone had been in my cabin while I slept. I didn't waste a second. I packed as much as I could carry and prepared to leave immediately. Max stayed close, panting and tense, as I made my way to the car, my boots crunching in the snow. Driving back down the winding roads, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone emerging from the trees. The forest stayed empty, silent, but the memory of those footsteps, deliberate and patient, stayed with me. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over and sank into the driver's seat. Exhausted, shaking, Max curled against my side. I realized then that the cabin, the snow, and the isolation had almost trapped me. But more than anything, Max had kept me safe. Without him, I don't think I would have survived the terror of being watched and hunted, even in a place so remote. Weeks later, I returned once more, cautiously, to retrieve the few things I had left behind. The cabin was abandoned, the door swinging loosely on its hinges, snow packed in the corners. There was no sign of anyone else, no footprints, no disturbance, except for the faint scratches on the door frame that Max had instinctively marked while defending me. I left without entering. That was enough. I never went back. The memory of that cabin, the relentless footsteps in the snow, and the knowledge that someone had been observing me in a place that should have been safe stayed with me for years. I moved into a small house in town after that, but I kept Max by my side. Wherever I went, he was my constant protector. The experience taught me something simple, something raw. Solitude in the wilderness can be beautiful, but it can also be dangerous, and sometimes the only thing standing between safety and disaster is loyalty, instinct, and a dog who refuses to let you face the darkness alone. I didn't plan on staying out that late. It was early November 2011, and I had driven out from Spokane after work to get away from everything for a couple of days. The highway faded into winding forest roads, narrow and slick with rain, and I kept glancing at the clock. 6:45 p.m. My dog, Max, a lean, restless shepherd mix, was sprawled in the back seat, occasionally whining at the wind thrumming against the windows. I'd rented an old cabin through a small local service, one of those off-the-grid places that promise solitude. When I arrived, the rain had turned heavier, hitting the roof like hundreds of tiny hammers. The cabin sat at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by towering pines, their dark trunks slick with water, and the kind of thick underbrush that makes you feel completely cut off from the world. The smell of wet earth and pine was almost suffocating but comforting in the same breath. The first thing I noticed was how empty it was. Not a single decoration, no pictures on the walls, nothing but a heavy wooden table, 2 chairs, and a small stone fireplace. The stove looked like it hadn't been used in months. Max padded around the cabin nervously, sniffing corners and staring out the window. I shrugged, telling myself he was just reacting to the isolation. I set down my bag and started unpacking. The rain pounded harder, and the wind made the walls creak. By 8 p.m., I had a fire going, though the smoke smelled faintly of damp wood. Max was curled at my feet, ears twitching every time a branch thumped against the cabin walls. I tried reading for distraction, but the storm outside drowned out everything. That's when I noticed the first sign something wasn't right. At first, it was subtle, a faint noise, like a branch scraping the side of the cabin. I paused, listening, but the wind was loud, relentless, and the rain masked everything. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a stray branch, but then I heard it again. Not outside, but inside, or at least very close to the cabin. A low, dragging sound, coming from the storage area in the corner. Max's ears perked, his body rigid. He growled low, a sound that went straight through my chest. My stomach tightened. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the corner, my hands shaking. The sound stopped as I approached, but the darkness seemed to thicken, almost heavy. I clicked the flashlight on, the beam cutting through the gloom, illuminating a stack of old firewood. Nothing, just the wood, soaked and rotting at the edges. I told myself to relax, that the wind and branches were playing tricks on my mind. I went back to the fire and poured myself a cup of coffee, but Max refused to sit. He stayed by the door, growling occasionally, his gaze fixed on something I couldn't see. Hours passed like that. The storm never let up. Rain drummed, wind howled, and every creak of the cabin made my heart jump. Then I noticed the front door. It was locked, supposedly, but I could swear I had locked it earlier. Now the bolt was slightly ajar. My pulse spiked. I know what you're thinking. I probably just didn't lock it properly, but I checked again and again. Something had moved it, something heavy. I grabbed a kitchen knife, gripping it tightly, and checked the windows. Nothing. No footprints in the mud outside. No sign anyone had come close. And yet, the bolt was undone, and Max would not stop growling. I felt a cold sweat creeping down my back. The isolation that had felt peaceful hours ago now felt like a trap. I tried to sleep. I really did. But every creak, every thump in the walls, and every gust of wind made me jump. Max refused to lie down. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again, this time unmistakable. A heavy footstep on the porch, followed by another, dragging slightly, like someone was tired or injured. I froze. My hands were clammy, the knife useless in my shaking grip. I could see Max's hackles rise. His growl became a low snarl. I remembered the emergency phone in the cabin. I grabbed my coat, slinging Max's leash around my wrist, and ran toward it. That's when I saw him, or rather, the shape. A man, crouched behind a tree at the edge of the clearing, staring at the cabin. His face was hidden, but I could feel the gaze piercing through the darkness. Max lunged, barking, and the man ran, disappearing into the black of the forest. I didn't hesitate. I ran back inside, locked every door and window, shoved furniture against them, and stayed in the corner with Max, clutching my knife like a lifeline. I didn't sleep again that night. Every sound made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to stretch and move. Morning came slowly, gray and wet. The rain reduced to a drizzle. I ventured outside cautiously. The mud was soft, and I noticed footprints. Large boots, heavy, trudging around the cabin, then disappearing into the forest. I snapped photos with my phone and drove immediately to the nearest ranger station, explaining everything. They sent a small team to inspect the cabin. The cabin had been broken into before. Someone had been living there intermittently, hiding from authorities, surviving on scavenged food and supplies left by renters. The previous guests hadn't noticed anything because they arrived during sunny days, leaving before nightfall. But my timing had coincided with this person returning to the cabin. The officers found signs: scraps of clothing, remnants of a small campfire outside, and footprints leading back into the forest. No one was found that day, but the investigation continued. I didn't go back to that cabin for years. Every time I drove past that stretch of forest, my hands would tighten on the wheel, and Max, who was still alive years later, would growl at the same old trees. Eventually, I realized how lucky I had been. If I hadn't noticed the door, if I hadn't stayed alert, it could have ended very differently. A few months later, the police finally caught the man. He had been living off the grid, stealing from cabins and occasionally breaking in when no one was around. They recovered stolen items from several locations, including some of the things I had brought with me. The relief I felt wasn't just about getting my possessions back. It was knowing that the nightmare that had stalked me that night was finally over. Even now, when I think back to that storm, the creaking cabin, and the shadow at the tree line, I feel a shiver. But there's also a strange sense of clarity. I learned to trust my instincts, to never dismiss the warning signs, and to respect the isolation I so often seek. The forest doesn't forgive mistakes, and people can be far scarier than any storm or shadow. I never returned to that cabin, but I do remember the smell of wet pine, the sound of the rain hammering the roof, and Max, trembling yet protective at my side. It's a memory that keeps me sharp, cautious, and aware of how quickly solitude can turn into a threat when you least expect it.